Thank you all, and welcome to the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism's 2022 Global Summit, hosted by YouTube. Please welcome Leslie Miller, Vice President of Government Affairs and Public Policy, YouTube and current GIFCT Executive Operating Board Chair.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. That is a swift, we must be really starting on time. That was, that was very, very fast. I'm Leslie Miller. I lead public policy for YouTube, and I'm also GIFCT's Executive Operating Board Chair for 2022. It is a true privilege to open GIFCT's 2022 Global Summit, and a real privilege to have many of you in person. Last night and this morning, just introducing ourselves in person just feels amazing and strange, and it makes me really optimistic about the future. But I also know we may have actually hundreds of people joining us globally, virtually, and I wanted to welcome them to the summit as well. Okay, so YouTube is a founding member of GIFCT and continues to hold a seat on the board. When I think back to how far we've come since GIFCT's creation in 2017 to now, I'm really proud of the progress we've made. As a platform, YouTube is committed to enforcing our long-held policies prohibiting terrorist and violent extremist content. In Q1 of this year, we removed over 60,000 videos and 10,000 channels violating these violent extremist policies. But we are just one platform in a much wider ecosystem. And that's where GIFCT's strength as a convener across sectors is critically important. In the last 12 months, we've seen significant progress made by GIFCT in several key areas. These include refining crisis response mechanisms, increasing membership to 18 platforms, pursuing recommendations from GIFCT's foundational human rights impact assessment, establishing the second round of multi-stakeholder working groups to progress work on the issues impacting industry, and increasing transparency of the category of hashes in the hash sharing database. This progress wouldn't be possible without the steadfast commitment of GIFCT members, Nick Rasmussen, and the GIFCT team, and the global support and guidance provided by governments, civil society, and academia. Core to GIFCT's strength is the multi-stakeholder perspective and expertise that help inform how industry can work together to fulfill its mission of preventing terrorist organizations and violent extremists from exploiting digital platforms. Yet, as we've seen recently and been reminded over the last few weeks, this work is never done. When I took on the role of executive chair this year, I set out several priorities: to support GIFCT to further establish itself as a thought leader on the issues industry and the wider multi-stakeholder community are grappling with. While GIFCT's role is not to set policies, they are critical in pulling stakeholders together from across sectors to discuss common concerns and to develop resources that can help the industry. To expand membership, GIFCT has made excellent progress, but there's more to be done, especially to include platforms from non-English speaking countries. To make sure that crisis response is fit for purpose by improving coordination between member platforms following terrorist events. And to increase transparency, which runs through everything that GIFCT does. Transparency is a key value for YouTube, and we're looking forward to working with GIFCT to make further progress. To do all of this, we are only as good as the processes and infrastructure we put in place to succeed. That's why improving communication and information exchanges between the IAC, the GIFCT, and the board is also one of my top priorities. And I'm pleased to say, at the mid-year point, we've made some progress. We've established new terms of reference on how we will work together. We've streamlined communication on crises responses. And we've secured a new secretariat to set IAC strategy in motion. For me, this summit is about taking a moment to acknowledge our collective successes, but it's also important that we take stock of where more work is needed. My 12 years at Google and YouTube have shown me that we are more effective when we work together. But I've also seen firsthand and repeatedly how quickly challenges evolve over time. This means we must adapt as bad actors do the same. We all have a part to play in this effort, whether it be industry acting to quickly and effectively respond to this content, or governments setting out clear rules of law, and for those to be informed and guided by civil society and academics. This collective expertise of all these groups is essential if we want to make continued progress on this important work. On behalf of the operating board, I thank you for joining us today, especially new members of the IAC. And I look forward to the informative and future-looking discussions that will take place. Thank you again for making the effort to be here in person, and to those, welcome again, who've joined virtually. And with that, let me hand it over to Nick Rasmussen.
Applause, and I haven't done anything yet. Thank you, Leslie, for the words of welcome, and most importantly, for your strong support for GIFCT's work as our board chair this year. It's really had an impact. We entered into this year, 2022, with an ambitious agenda for progress and growth across all of our GIFCT mission areas, and as we meet here at mid-year, I think consistent with what Leslie said, I feel we are on track to deliver on that agenda for 2022. But before we dive into that, I want to pull back a little bit and talk about why we're all here physically, those of us who are physically here in the room today, both the roughly 100 of us that are here in person and the hopefully several hundred more who are joining virtually. I certainly don't know all or even most of you personally and directly, but I know that your presence here, your participation here, pretty much tells me in a very tangible way that you are committed to pursuing a truly multi-stakeholder approach to solving some of the toughest problems associated with terrorism and the use of the internet. It's no exaggeration to say that this problem set that we collectively work on together gets harder and more challenging every year. As Leslie indicated, even as we take satisfaction in the work we've done and the progress we've made, we continually find ourselves confronted with what we often call adversarial shift. The bad guy gets better at exploiting gaps and seams in our systems. Every day something emerges that makes our work much more difficult and much more complicated. We actually set up the program this morning to have Shiraz Maher and Adam Hadley walk us through what that landscape looks like, and I think you'll come away from that conversation believing what I just said. The dynamic nature of that threat landscape lends even more urgency to the work we're doing at GIFCT. It demands that we put more pressure on ourselves to be even more creative and more innovative in developing new tools, new approaches, and greater capacity collectively to make terrorists and violent extremists ineffective as they look to exploit digital platforms. Before I jump into the details of our work and our vision going forward, let me cite some firsts for our GIFCT organization, some of which Leslie alluded to. For those of you who are keeping track, we stood up as an independent organization 2 years ago, just a little over 2 years ago, in June of 2020, during the very early days of the global pandemic. There can be no doubt but that the pandemic created unique challenges to starting up a brand new organization in its new form. The gathering that we're having today represents the very first time that GIFCT has convened its global summit in person as an independent entity, and we're very proud of that. Our meetings this week also represent the very first time we've brought our full membership of 18 member companies together in one place to meet in person rather than on a monthly video call. Our meetings also this week, very importantly to my mind, also represent the very first time we've brought together for in-person meetings, debate, and discussion our Independent Advisory Committee, our IAC. And you'll hear a lot about our IAC during the course of the day. It's composed of expert voices from civil society, government, and academia. And another first, perhaps most importantly to me personally, this set of meetings marks the first time I've actually had the chance to meet in person with every single member of my team that we've built at GIFCT. You can probably tell I'm extraordinarily proud of that GIFCT team, most especially of their passion and commitment to make a difference in this space. And to get a chance to finally meet as a group with that team here in California has been extremely rewarding for us. Meeting and talking in person actually does matter, especially in this kind of multi-stakeholder environment, with such a wide and diverse array of voices representing so many different and often competing perspectives. A multi-stakeholder approach demands that each of us extend ourselves, that we show trust in our colleagues, and a willingness to listen and learn from those who bring to the table a very different perspective than we might have from our own personal experience if we're drawing solely on our own personal experience. That trust and confidence doesn't happen all at once. It grows over time, and it's built on a foundation of sustained engagement and ideally some time spent with each other, actually engaging in person with fellow stakeholders. So I want to thank each of you for making the investment of time to join us, either here in Sunnyvale today in person or virtually, joining us to share your concerns, your thoughts, your ideas, and your ambitions and hopes for GIFCT's future development. Please take advantage of the time you have with each other today to form new relationships, to strengthen and deepen existing ones. So with that, by way of quick introduction, let me transition to a very quick and high-level review of the progress we've made since our summit just over a year ago. Under our three strategic pillars, prevent, respond, and learn, there are three particular points of progress in particular that I'd like to highlight. Under the prevent rubric, we've created a new resource to help tech companies navigate the designation lists that governments develop, and do so in the absence of a universally accepted definition of terrorism or violent extremism, a feature of our landscape that we have talked about, of course, for quite some time. We are publishing this new resource, a definitions and principles framework for terrorism and violent extremism, today. It will have gone live a bit earlier this morning on a tailored special website attached, linked to the main GIFCT website, and it now serves as a resource not only for our member companies, but for our entire stakeholder network. The framework provides guidance, key principles, and the latest research for tech companies to use as they develop and enforce their own policies that define and prohibit terrorist and violent extremist content on their platforms. I would urge each of you to navigate your way around this new website to explore this new framework. And it is going to be a living document as well. It is something to which we will be adding over time. Under our second strategic pillar, respond, we have, as Leslie suggested, grown and strengthened and matured the ability of the tech sector to respond to terrorist and mass violence attacks when those attacks have an online dimension. As part of our maturing incident response framework, we have worked to improve our situational awareness capacity, exercise with real-world scenarios, our protocols with our members, and identify ways where we can tangibly improve our collective response so that member companies are themselves better positioned to act quickly and effectively in a crisis. Since the March 2019 attacks in Christchurch, New Zealand, GIFCT has initiated communications with our membership in response to more than 270 different terrorist attacks or mass violent events in 41 different countries across 6 continents. In that process, sharing situational awareness in real time to try to identify any online dimension to an offline attack. That included this year responding to attacks in Buffalo, New York in May, and Udaipur, India in June, leading to the activation of various levels of our matured and more nuanced incident response framework in each case. To be clear, this is work that is continuing and needs to improve. We are constantly seeking to grow, mature, and strengthen our response capabilities. And one of the ways we also do that is through our third strategic pillar at GIFCT, which is learn. We know that countering terrorism and violent extremism requires a whole-of-society approach. And the outputs from year 2 of GIFCT's working group process underscore the importance of multi-stakeholderism in all of our work. Over this past year, 178 participants from 35 different countries across 6 continents have joined and participated in the 5 GIFCT working groups, representing all different sectors. Today, we are publishing on our website 13 specific outputs to help us make progress against the diverse array of challenges that we face as a community. From understanding the human rights impact of crisis response protocols to keeping researchers and activists safe as they operate in the counter-extremism space, from providing frameworks for meaningful transparency in tech to better understanding the relationship and risk mitigation strategies between content sharing algorithms and extremism. These are all topics that we addressed and took on in our working groups this year. And we're very grateful to the experts and practitioners who contributed to these outputs, and you'll hear from some of them today in our panel discussions. Many of you hearing this quick recitation of things we've delivered and progress we're highlighting will respond by observing that it's not enough, that we're still not doing everything we need to be doing to keep terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting the internet. And you would be right. Of course we need to be doing more. Each time we're confronted with an incident like the mid-May attack in Buffalo, we are reminded that there's much work that remains to be done across all of our different agendas. And that's the mindset with which my GIFCT team approaches our work. How do we do more than we're doing today? How do we bring even more new companies into the fold? How can we look to help tech companies get ahead of that next adversarial shift so that we're not surprised? So while I continue to believe that there's room for satisfaction with what we have built together these past 2 years, that sense of satisfaction in my mind doesn't translate into any form of complacency. If anything, I think we all feel an even greater sense of urgency to accelerate and grow our impact, to expand our reach, to become more global, and to add even more value to the efforts of our tech company members to rid their platforms and services of activity tied to terrorism. The expectations that each of you has for GIFCT are appropriately high, and we welcome that. When we meet again next year, I'm confident that we will have even more progress and impact to report upon to our set of global stakeholders. That's our commitment to you as our stakeholding community. And as I look to wrap up and move on to the rest of the program, let me just offer some thank yous. To Leslie and the entire YouTube Google team for your superb support this year as board chair, and most importantly this week for your extraordinary efforts to host all of us here in Sunnyvale. Thank you so much for that. You've made it a really, really pleasant experience. To the members of our IAC, new and old, thank you for your efforts to attend in person this week, with some of you having traveled 20 or 25 or even 30 hours to come to California. I think my friend Costa Lucas wins the prize for longest journey from Perth in Western Australia, but several of you are quite close behind in the high 20s with your travel journeys. We know how challenging such travel is in this current environment, and I'm personally grateful to each of you for making the effort. I also especially want to thank our IAC chairperson for these last 2 years, Bjorn Eiler, for his dedicated service during the early phases of the IAC's development. Bjorn's passion and commitment to this set of issues and to our work is on display every single time I meet or talk with him, and I'm grateful for all that he has done to strengthen GIFCT in these early years. I also, though, very much want to thank our incoming IAC chair, Dr. Gaida Hassan, for her willingness to step forward and offer her leadership to the IAC. I look forward to working extraordinarily closely with Gaida and to making the IAC an even more valuable resource in the role that they play, providing advice, strategic direction, and counsel to the GIFCT operating board and to the GIFCT staff. I also want to thank GIFCT's partnering organizations for their tremendous support as our organization continues to grow and mature. Our academic partner, GNet, directed by Dr. Shiraz Meher, continues to produce what we would all agree is world-class academic output tailored to the unique needs and requirements of the tech sector customer set. It's a go-to academic resource for anybody who wants to be current in the field in which we all work. I also want to thank Adam Hadley and his team at Tech Against Terrorism for their continued great work as our partner, providing mentorship and support to companies as they go through the GIFCT membership process. My team and I are so grateful for the dedication, expertise, and skill that Adam and his team bring to the table every day as they help companies grow their own capacity to deal with terrorist activity on their platforms. And third among our partners, I want to offer a huge thank you to our extraordinary partners at BSR, Dunstan Allison Hope, Susan Morgan, and Lindsay Anderson. The amazing work that the BSR team did with our Human Rights Impact Assessment in 2021 led us to want to form an enduring and sustained partnership with BSR. So BSR continues to work with GIFCT to embed a human rights-informed perspective in all of our various work streams. And then finally, let me say thank you to the GIFCT member companies that are present here today. With your presence here today, just the very fact that you are part of the GIFCT organization and your continued investment of time, energy, and resources to support our work, you demonstrate your own enduring commitment to making the internet a healthier and safer place. Whether you're one of our founding member board companies or one of our newest member companies still learning your way around GIFCT, engagement with you to solve real-world problems is the most rewarding part of GIFCT's work for me and my team. Having thanked pretty much everyone in the room or online in one form or another, I think it's time for me to pass the mic to Bjorn and then to Gaida to speak on behalf of the IAC. But before doing so, let me bring everyone joining us today, either online or here in the room, back for just one quick second to the mission, vision, and values that we as GIFCT hold ourselves to account for every single day. Our GIFCT mission is to prevent terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting digital platforms. Our GIFCT vision is a world in which the technology sector marshals its collective creativity and capacity to render terrorists and violent extremists ineffective in the online environment. And as we do this important work, we at all times aim to be transparent, inclusive, and respectful of the fundamental human rights that terrorists and violent extremists themselves seek to undermine in our societies. Those are the enduring values that guide our work. If we gather at this summit each year, look ourselves in the mirror, and say honestly to ourselves that we're living up to that mission, vision, and value statement, then we can together embark on the next year's work, believing that we're making a difference and helping make the internet a freer, safer, and healthier place. Not all at once, not in 1 year, but over time, we can make a real difference in the online environment. Thank you again for joining us here in Sunnyvale and from around the world if you're online. And now let me turn things over to my good friend, Bjorn Eiler.
Necessary height adjustments. Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you to both Nick and the entire GIFCT team, to Leslie Miller, to the operating board, to the 3 chairs that have been of the operating board during my tenure as chair of the ISC, and of course to all of the members of the ISC as well. It's been an extraordinary 2 years. It's been years of close collaboration, hard discussions. It's a challenging topic and something that we all are pushing towards, but from vastly different perspectives, and bringing all of that together is naturally one of the challenges that we face pretty much every day. So I'm aligned with Nick and Leslie in being excited to finally be able to meet everyone in person. Despite the logistical challenges posed by COVID, we have made it work. We have accomplished things throughout the past 2 years, but of course being together in person also is something that brings us further. In just the past few weeks, we've been able to welcome a new secretariat to support our function as we continue to advise the operating board and organization. This will help us streamline and amplify the work conducted and the deep knowledge and expertise of the members of the ISC in new ways. I'm also excited that we've recruited a few new excellent civil society members to our group. These are individuals who bring fresh ideas, new perspectives, and new experiences to the table of what we are already seeing an impact in the discussions of our group. Chairing the ISC for these 2 years has been an incredible experience. Through this work, I've gotten to conduct or connect with some of the brightest minds in the field from across our multi-stakeholder construct, from human rights activists with deep concerns about the role and power of GIFCT, to technologists and government bureaucrats, all working towards the same goal of making the internet better and more resilient to the abuses of terrorists and violent extremists, but coming at it from vastly different perspectives and angles. At times, I've found myself being the facilitator and translator between different worlds, as we've aimed to encapsulate these diverse perspectives in concrete and actionable ways. Among what I consider to be our core efforts over the past years in cementing our focus on human rights. This has been the result of the hard work of the wider multi-stakeholder community, of GIFCT and the member companies, and of the ISC. Working closely with the BSR team, we were excited to see the recommendations of the Human Rights Impact Assessment, and we're happy to support the continued work with BSR and others to ensure continued focus on human rights and holding the organization to account on several key topics related to these issues. Throughout this, another key focus of the ISC has been on transparency, and we are happy and excited to see work progressing towards a greater focus on the issue of transparency and making transparency well, actually transparent. The ISC has also played a key role in moving our discussion on taxonomies and definitional frameworks forward. The website that was launched this morning that uncovers some of that is looking excellent so far, and I recommend that everyone takes a look at it. We produced our own work on taxonomies and definitions, and we fed into the larger discourse across the sector, really, that moved us beyond list-based approaches and equipped us better to face the challenges posed by post-organizational terrorism and violent extremism. This has also been key in expanding the scope of the hash sharing database to also include URLs and PDFs so that we can address manifestos of terrorists and content that lives off the platforms that are members themselves and rather have been linked into the platforms. This is, of course, something that we will continue to focus on in the years to come. We will be continuing to build on the work of both GIFCT and the wider community in response to the ever-evolving terrorism landscape. Setting up a novel construct like the ISC, or indeed GIFCT, with its many moving parts and core focus on a multi-stakeholder collaboration is not an easy feat. Changing and establishing a culture, a mindset of collaboration between competitors, governments, and organizations with vastly different interests and concerns can at times be a daunting task, comparable with the proverbial activity of herding cats. However, in these past 2 years, we have come a long way from setting up the initial group, bringing together the multi-stakeholder community and members to establish our work streams and collaborative efforts, to now having found a better footing for direct and meaningful collaboration with the operating board and organization, building a more tight-knit infrastructure to provide meaningful advice and for holding the organization accountable to address the complex concerns of the members of the ISC as we face new technologies, policies, and challenges posed by those who seek to abuse the internet to promote terror. The future will come with new challenges. As we embark on a journey, we will be navigating new policy and legislation at the national and international level. New technologies will pose new challenges, whether it be decentralized Web3 services building on blockchain technology, which poses challenges to centralized moderation efforts, a more fractured and splintered internet as a result of an expanding landscape of products and platforms and servicing different demographics or geographically restricted areas, or whether it be how content might be disseminated, consumed, and leaving a lasting impact on users using the tools of virtual and augmented reality that we've barely seen the infancy of today. Beyond thinking about these big questions about the technology landscape and the not-too-distant future, we also should think more broadly about the services provided by the organization's current members. In the past year, the membership has expanded, and with that, the focus of the organization must move from being about the challenges posed by user-generated content and social media platforms. We must now consider what GIFCT means, how it meaningfully adds value to service providers in the travel and tourism industry, how it affects video conferencing services, and not the least, we must consider what membership entails for the infrastructure providers who host the platforms and websites and facilitates the accessibility of the services most of us rely on daily. How do we defend these services against abuses while also ensuring the rights and liberties of people, both from terror and from infringement on freedom of expression? I don't have the answers to this yet. Still, through the ISC, we are already contributing to thinking surrounding these questions, bringing in perspectives and experience that need to be heard by the decision makers in this space. Balancing rights is the eternal challenge of our work. The trade of liberty for security, an internal issue with real-life implications. Providing insights rooted in principled approaches to counterterrorism while maintaining a focus on both is key. Terrorism and violent extremism is a global problem, an issue we see recurring across geographies and cultures. Another question we will be grappling with in the time to come is thus how to further expand the GIFCT in a healthy way, with a global mindset benefiting an organization befitting an organization with the word global in its name. While our focus has been on a free internet, we must consider what that means also in places where freedom, neither from terror nor from repression, can be taken for granted. Considering the novelty of the construct of GIFCT and the challenges every organization faces in its inception, I'm amazed at the work and impact the ISC has had and the continued work of the organization. We're not without faults, and there are many challenges still to overcome, but we've gotten this far, and that's worth acknowledging. I am, as the inaugural chair, at this point happy and excited to hand over the reins of the newly elected chair of the ISC, Dr. Ghaida Hassan, who, along with Vice Chair Anjum Rahman, will take the ISC and our work with GIFCT into the future as the organization matures. I wish to personally congratulate Ghaida and Anjum on their new roles and wish them all the best as they step into this work. In the time to come, I'm excited to continue working with you all and to seize the opportunity to continue being at times loud voice representing the key role played by civil society, by survivors of terrorism, and by affected communities in this work. To continue providing advice and knowledge from transorganizational perspectives to GIFCT, the member companies, and governments, while pushing for principled approaches rooted in research, experience, and practice towards the future of this field. With that, I wish to thank you all and to hand over the stage to our new chair of the ISC, Ghaida Hassan.
Thank you so much, Bjorn. I will start on a light and short note. No better gift can be given to me on my birthday today than becoming the next chair of the IAC. I have been at the IAC since its inception, and I have lived war extremism, and I have worked my entire life so far in trying to fight against hatred, against extremism, and most importantly, protect the vulnerable, women and children in my case, who always pay a very strong price. I have seen over the course of the 2 years of its short experience of the IAC, and despite challenges, that the IAC has really done significant amount of work and provided a rich array of advice to the operating board and GIFCT. IAC advice is not accessory. It sits at the heart of operating board and GIFCT's mission. My vision for IAC, and I won't be long on that because I will speak less and work more in the coming years. My vision is that we need an IAC that is diverse and has a robust membership, that is better resourced. We have obtained wonderful resources. We may need some more to come. We need an IAC that is well structured, that is effective and has an effective communication model and results-oriented work if we want it to continue to be impactful. In terms of membership, we need to preserve the diversity of the IAC, and most importantly to me, increase the contributions and empower the voices of members of community, grassroots, and human rights organizations, working particularly with marginalized communities, as these are consistently the most silenced communities in the field of preventing violent extremism. With the IAC Secretariat, yes, Bjorn, you have worked so hard not having a secretariat, so I'm very appreciative of this privilege. We will work closely on formalizing an effective communication strategy with the operating board and GIFCT, and talking very often to Leslie and Nick. We will implement a structured system of regular communications and regular feedback loops between IAC members, the operating board, and GIFCT, working on our reciprocal expectations, objectives, and outputs. To be meaningful, IAC's works needs to be articulated around actionable objectives that are grounded in what the three entities identify as future challenges, as critical needs, and as areas of concern, meaning having the serious talk and doing the serious walk or work. I don't know what the expression is, or maybe I just invented it. To be thoroughly impactful, I personally will put all the efforts into ensuring GIFCT and the operating board's accountability in responding to our guidance and outputs, and following up on progress, as well as on working very closely together in setting parameters of what success looks like for operating board and GIFCT. I firmly believe that IAC will continue to provide innovative, effective advice, which hopefully will help achieve success in making the platform safe spaces for all users. And in ending, of course, I really want to thank my IAC colleagues for doing such critical work with such devotion, such crazy time zones, and a tremendous workload. And I really want to warmly thank you for the trust that you are vesting in me in the coming 2 years. Thank you.
And now, please welcome Dr. Erin Saltman and fellow speakers.
Hi, everyone. I love this voice of God mode. This is great. Well, thank you so much. And I'm going to give another shout out to the unsung heroes that you do not see in the back of the room and everyone that was doing prep and arranging flights and doing agenda work. There's so much going on behind the scenes. I have the privilege of basically moderating a discussion with two friends, which is always the easiest job to have. You might also see some groovy artwork going on as we discuss. So we do have a visual scribe named Liam that's joining us, and he'll be illustrating some of our conversation. You might have seen it if you're dialed in virtually in the corner of your screen, or if you're here, you're going to see some artistic work describing what we're talking about. But we're here to kind of set the stage with some discussion about just current trends in the online threat landscape. And we try to do this at all our summits to just see where we've come in the last year, what should we be worried about, what does that mean we should be focused on. And I'm really pleased to have with me our friends and colleagues. We have Adam Hadley, who is the Executive Director of Tech Against Terrorism. As Nick mentioned, Tech Against Terrorism not only works with us for mentoring companies so that they meet the criteria to be able to join our efforts, which includes anything from taking a tech company and helping them build from scratch their first ever transparency report, or making sure that they have terms of service that are more specific, or making sure they have a public commitment to human rights. These are not small things. They can take a lot of time and energy. But also we work together on global workshops in different parts of the world. There's one coming up in Ghana in early September that we're really pleased to be working with the Cybersecurity Authority of Ghana with. And e-learnings every month. So tune into some of those if you want to continue these dialogues. And along with me, we also have Dr. Shiraz Maher, who's the director at the International Center for the Study of Radicalization at King's College London, but also our longtime partner helping lead the efforts of our academic network, the Global Network on Extremism and Technology. And I will have you go to both of their websites if you want lots more creepy bedtime reading. There are great insights, fantastic reports. It keeps us all having our finger on the pulse of what's going on. And so I wanted to kick off a conversation with the two of you to really bring us all up to speed. Where should we be concerned and where can we find solutions? And that really starts with, where in the last year do we see new evolutions in the terrorist and violent extremist online threat landscape? And what do we see as far as platform diversification, group diversification? What does that look like? And I'll maybe start with Adam. I know you also have a couple slides because sometimes it's easier to visualize some of this.
Great. Thanks very much, Erin. And thank you to the GIFCT for the invitation to attend today. At Tech Against Terrorism, we're delighted to support the efforts of the GIFCT mainly through mentorship in supporting the increased membership of GIFCT overall. But first, I have a few slides that it'd be good to go through to provide a bit of data to start the discussion. So first off, to introduce the Terrorist Content Analytics Platform. So the TCAP is some software that's been developed by Tech Against Terrorism to identify terrorist content associated with designated terrorist organizations, to verify that this content is credibly associated with those groups, to classify it, and then crucially to alert this content to smaller platforms. And in addition to this, we're working with the GIFCT to hash URLs. So essentially, this is a system to detect outlinks and URLs on smaller platforms and to facilitate the rapid removal of content. Because the effort that we have at Tech Against Terrorism is focused mainly on smaller platforms and recognizing that the long tail of smaller platforms presents a significant strategic threat. So in terms of the data, since the TCAP has been launched in 2020, we've seen a gradual increase in the amount of content that's detected. The important thing to stress with the TCAP is we aim to detect original terrorist content at source, which is usually on smaller platforms. And the objective of this is to have this content removed before it is disseminated on larger platforms. So even removing one instance of a video or PDF can have a significant impact in terms of dampening the onward dissemination and amplification of this content. We're pleased to have identified more than 30,000 URLs for unique content, and we've alerted 70 tech platforms, around 18,000 reports overall. And we're pleased to say that more than 90% of the material that we submit and refer is removed by smaller platforms. What we're particularly pleased about where the TCAP's concerned is that it speeds up this process and makes an otherwise chaotic content moderation process a bit easier for smaller platforms to handle. Another great thing about the TCAP is it provides an invaluable data set for understanding the emerging trends with regards to the terrorist use of the internet. And on that basis, we have 6 key trends that we've identified based on the data gathered by the TCAP and the work of our open source intelligence team. So first and foremost, we believe it's important to distinguish between violent Islamist extremist use of the internet and the far right. Increasingly, there's some overlap in the way that these two types of groups use internet technologies, but there are still a number of key themes that are worth drawing out. Where violent Islamist extremists are concerned, a really important point to stress is the prevalence of terrorist-operated websites. These are essentially just normal websites that have been created by terrorist organizations to promote their propaganda, their content, their bomb-making manuals. And the prevalence of these sites we're really concerned about. So we're aware of around 200, possibly even more than these. And increasingly these sites are able to archive vast amounts of content and circumvent efforts by the GIFCT, by its member companies and smaller platforms. And quite simply, we believe unless collectively as a community we get better at tackling terrorist-operated websites, all of our efforts on large social media platforms, on smaller ones, is sort of a bit pointless. Now, I know that's a rather dramatic thing to say, but terrorist-operated websites are really significant, and we're pleased to see increased focus, especially by the EU Internet Forum, on this important matter. The second trend where violent Islamist extremism is concerned is the emerging use of decentralized platforms. And I know it's something that Shiraz will mention as well in a bit. The point to stress here, though, is that decentralized technology is still not being used extensively, but there's increased experimentation. And the threat with decentralized technologies is that in principle, but perhaps not always in practice, it's very hard to remove content. And what we see, further to Nick's comments about adversarial shift earlier, is that terrorists and violent extremists are extremely adept at evolving their techniques and their ways of using the internet. And quite simply, as large tech platforms and smaller tech platforms respond, so do terrorists and violent extremists. So we have to be alert for some of the changes and also recognize that as we get better in removing content from the mainstream, it will go further into the darkest reaches of the internet. And therefore, there are questions that we have to ask ourselves about the strategic objective of what we're trying to do. Are we trying to eliminate all terrorist content, or are we trying to make it harder to access by accident? The third major trend is around the use of open source code. So increasingly terrorist actors, and this includes violent Islamist extremists, are using their own technology. They're building their own services, they're building their own sites, they're building their own apps, and are using open source code base to do so. And that presents a big problem because terrorists are now beginning to create their own technology. Around the corner, are they going to start using AI and machine learning? We don't know, but it seems likely that there will be experimentation. And finally, on the extreme far-right use of the internet, especially in crisis situations, for example, in Buffalo, we've found a new phenomenon, which is the far-right, in many ways, copying how traditionally the violent Islamist extremists have used the internet. And that's through outlinking to smaller file-sharing platforms. And much of this, we believe, is a result of improved content moderation efforts on larger tech. So often, I'm aware this has been live-streamed, and therefore all, there's a realistic possibility that terrorists are watching. But and I'm serious about this, it is a realistic possibility. They do watch, they do read, they do listen to the counterterrorism community. So we're finding that in order to evade content moderation on some of the larger platforms, what often terrorists will do is share a link to a file sharing site. And it actually works quite well at the moment, and it's something that big tech is trying to respond to, but it's a pretty new phenomenon. The second trend here is around essentially copying other approaches that have been used by the violent Islamist extremist groups. So we're finding that some far-right activity is increasingly emulating and seeking to copy what's been successfully achieved elsewhere. And finally, there's also some experimentation of the decentralized web by the extreme far right. The point to stress here is that where decentralized technologies are concerned, we're not just talking about a platform that itself is decentralized. We're also talking about some of the underlying technology that can support new platforms being built, especially video sharing platforms that are often supported by decentralized technology. So that's our position from Tech Against Terrorism, all informed by the TCAP. If you'd like more information about the TCAP and its analysis, please do reach out, and we have a few reports outside and online. Thank you.
And this really gets us into the technical side of where we should be looking, where we should be taking that flashlight and trying to go further and seeing what tactics can go above and beyond what not just social media, but really looking at the entirety of the tech stack and how and where activity takes place. Shiraz, I was wondering if maybe you could jump in, because we talked a little bit about the technical side of trends with Islamist extremist groups and what we might call far-right groups, but ultimately white supremacy and neo-Nazi trends that we're starting to see in different parts of the world. But we also, looking at GNet Insights, are seeing increases in trends of misogyny-driven violent extremism, or what some people are calling incel movements. The term accelerationism is increasingly coming up. What are some of these different group dynamics, and how are they evolving over the last year in particular, especially in the aftermath of a pandemic where we saw different trends during lockdown and now things are opening back up again?
Thanks very much, Erin, and thank you to GIFCT for the invitation to be here. On behalf of GNet, which is a large team of people, most of whom are back home in London, so thank you to all of them for all the work that they're doing. I'm sure they're watching avidly. I think you're right in the sense of, we are seeing this diversification of threats, but even as Adam was saying, they're not just watching us and watching the CT community to sort of see how we are responding to these threats. They're also watching each other to see who's being effective and who's being most sort of astute or forward-thinking in terms of how to evade these policies, whether they are relating to platforms, whether they're relating to real-life attack planning, and everything in between, all of that. So one of the projects that we do separate to this one, actually, but we do it for a partner here in the US, is to look at how the far right are learning from the jihadists. And there's been a lot of areas of exchange, both in terms of course, looking at how to evade content moderation policies and so on, but also, for example, in terms of fundraising and what best practices might look like in terms of being able to generate funds online and to drive communities into a position where they're willing to support you financially and to be able to raise funds in that way. So along with that sort of diversification of the threat, you're seeing increasing sort of retreat to what you might call digital ghettos, where people are spending more time within their silos, within their communities of like-minded individuals. And here's then where it starts to become quite messy. I know we've all discussed this in the past in different contexts, but as you say, there's a broader hinterland of generic harm, we might say, right, or distasteful things happening on the internet. So misogynistic abuse, homophobic hatred, racism, any of these types of things fall within the sort of broader spectrum of undesirable things. And the incel movement in particular is something, again, I have a colleague at ICSR who's doing a lot of work into that. So again, a very interesting phenomenon to look at. And then, of course, what we're interested in, particularly what we always say to ourselves at GNet, is where's the edge of what it is that we do? We're not a generic research team looking at all the kinds of harms or ills that exist on the internet. We're specifically looking at that sort of overlap into terrorism, where it leads to real-world harm, real-world attacks. And that becomes actually quite difficult then to begin to disentangle and to think about these things. And I know we'll talk a bit more about this as the session progresses. But when you're looking at that sense then of it becoming a more complex threat to understand, helps us to understand how some of these groups, in terms of that adversarial shift that Nick was mentioning in his opening remarks, is such a dynamic landscape, because they are able to maybe codify and signal something without it being a terrorist insignia, which would be easy to detect. And the final point, just to build on what Adam was saying in terms of that decentralization, I think that's something we're talking about a lot. It's something we're seeing as sort of fairly interesting, and we think it's somewhere in the future you might begin to see greater uptake. Of course, a lot of this is about the sort of utility and, I suppose, user-friendliness of being able to access, a piece of content or data. But the critical thing, as far as, I can see it, and as a sort of layman who's not a tech expert in the way that Adam is and his team are, which is, if you upload a video to YouTube, right, YouTube has it, it deletes it, it's gone. If you put it on the blockchain, it's there. And there's been a lot of discussion about this sense of that decentralization. It becomes very, very hard to remove it. Now, you still need a third-party way to be able to access that. And so there are obviously ways in which you could ask them, as it were, to close the curtains on that window, which allows you to find the content. So the content might still exist, but it's harder to get to. But again, I think over time you will see sort of hostile actors in this space begin to develop their own tools and mechanisms by which you could find that. I think if we get to that stage, it starts to become quite an interesting thing going forward, because what if someone uploads the entire library of Olaki, for example, to the blockchain? Right, hugely important character. For years, there was a whole debate about remove him, don't remove him, what do you go after? And in the end, obviously, a decision was made to sort of, Olaki's basically disappeared off the internet. But what if you put it on the blockchain? So I think that's a trend to watch out for going forwards.
And on that point, I don't know, let's see. When we say decentralized web and blockchain, raise your hand if you think you're pretty fluent in that. That's right, it's not a test, I promise, but I am judging. So a few of you out there, but it's a newer technology, and it's very hard to understand fluency when we use a lot of apps and platforms and we don't necessarily have fluency in all the technology that's even on the platforms that we spend a lot of our day on. On that technical side, we try not to be all doom and gloom. There are actually ways of doing some risk mitigation, even in decentralized web and blockchain. Adam, in your most 101 version, can you give us a little bit of an idea? Because I know your team is actually looking at what harm and risk mitigation, even in blockchain and decentralized web, might look like. Do you want to try to explain that in the short, concise way? And then we'll get the longer report out later this year, I'm sure.
A nice, easy question to start with. Thanks very much. So I mean, in summary, when we talk about decentralized, perhaps the best starting point is to discuss how the rest of the internet works, which is usually you have one server, one computer that's centralized, and therefore, in principle, you can go to that server and you can have content removed. And even big tech, I mean, they have many millions of servers, I would imagine, but they're still centralized in the sense that you can, in principle, remove content and material. Decentralized technologies, in a nutshell, are those where essentially that data is democratized. It's spread around different nodes around the internet, and it's essentially a peer-to-peer distribution system, where in principle it's impossible to remove content because there are copies and there are mirrors and all that sort of stuff. So in principle, it's pretty powerful in some ways, and has many benefits. And there are loads of great use cases of decentralized technologies, but certainly terrorists and violent extremists are cottoning onto this. And it's not clear whether there are technical ways to remove content on decentralized systems. However, just as with encryption, we'd say that we're not really, no one's going to be able to ban encryption. No one's going to ban decentralization. Clearly, we've got to adapt to this, and we believe, and I think this is the work that Erin, you've been working on as well, that there's some benefit in considering behavioral analysis. So trying to understand how do terrorist actors behave in their use of services. Because actually they're likely to be pretty consistent in the way they use technologies. They may use different content, they may change a logo, they may change a text or whatever, but fundamentally the behavior will be very similar. So when we think about outlinking, what we see is that violent Islamist extremist groups adapted to distribute links over maybe 50, 60 platforms simultaneously in order to ensure that you couldn't just remove one node and therefore that there would be onward dissemination. And that, if you like, is a behavioral typology that's quite easy to detect. I mean, quite simply because you see content being shared simultaneously over 50 platforms. And trying to detect that is something that we think is a kind of really promising approach. And it's similar with end-to-end encryption. Instead of saying, oh, can we get rid of encryption? That's a policy debate worth having, of course. But instead of saying that, why not also look at, well, how do groups use encrypted messaging apps? How does the number of users or members of that group change? Is there something predictable about this? Is it unusual if people join a messaging group distributed all over the world within 10 minutes of one another? Well, yes, it probably is. So there are other ways of thinking about that metadata and the behavior to attempt to deal with adversarial shift. Because actually the technology and the development in technology is such that, well, actually we're not going to be able to inspect content itself. It's simply, it's wishful thinking. So we've got to be much more imaginative, in our view, in thinking about how we can model that, how we can predict it. And in our view, behavioral analysis is quite a promising approach.
And I think it's always good that we're always trying to look at that solution side from many angles, both on the tech side and then just understanding, the better you understand a group, the more you can understand the ideology and some of these root causes that drive people towards these groups. Shiraz, on that note, just to give you really easy questions about things like, look at what we're facing now. And I know some of the GNet research community has started writing about what we call maybe post-organizational movements. So it was a lot easier a few years back when bad guy group has bad guy logo and person puts picture saying, I'm with bad guy group. And you're like, great, you're bad guy. And so we're seeing that is not increasingly the case. The adversarial shift is not just hiding, even when you are with some of the most agreed upon terrorist groups like Daesh or ISIS, but also we're seeing these more movement-like entities, whether that's accelerationism or some of the conspiracy theory, violent extremist nexus points, or even if we look at the Highland Park incident, an attack where that ideology for an academic is very hard to start putting a distinct taxonomy on it. What are some of the trends that we should be aware of and what can we do with that?
Yes, so as you say, there is this, I think we're sort of going through a phase now of a great sort of diversification of the threat landscape. And with that diversification, you have competition and exchange between different groups, but also the empowerment of different individuals within particular strains or movements to try and carve out a niche for themselves. And therefore, you're seeing, as you were saying, this sort of, I suppose, move away from that classical sort of organizational structure to say, well, that's an Al-Qaeda video. Well, easy, very straightforward sort of set of analysis there. It's traditionally been held, and I think this has been true for quite a while, that this sort of decentralization has taken place more on the far right, and that we've seen that. And of course, we're sort of seeing all the challenges associated with that, again, because we run this point of saying people have to be allowed to hold distasteful opinions. They need to allow to be wrong. They need to allow to do whatever they want, in essence, until they stray into some of these other sort of violent extremist, real-world harm areas, which is what, of course, we're all concerned about, and where the natural remit of something like GNet in terms of research unit or GIFCT as a body looking at terrorism would sort of get activated. It's worth saying that I think, complexity and problem is increasing, and it's not just I'd say for two reasons. One, there is that sense of, if you make the movement more opaque and just make it a movement, then it becomes harder to identify that content and to remove it. So there's that sort of strategic element to it, but also some of it is just a reflection of real world realities that are taking place on the ground. And so to give an example, sort of counterintuitively, I was thinking about this even in relation to jihadist groups who continue to operate in northwestern Syria, which is under HTS control. But there's a number of old school, fairly significant characters who had been spokespeople. So there's a guy called Mustafa Mohammed, who was the spokesman for Jabhat al-Nusra, a guy called Abdullah al-Muhaysini, all of whom had been out there earlier on, affiliated with groups who have now become, what I might sort of term freelance jihadists operating in that space. Now, they are significant characters, they're significant personalities, they have followings, but they're not affiliated anymore to a group. And their content straddles multiple different things, right? So it becomes a much harder thing, as I say, to identify. And I think you might see that continuation, as I say, spread there. And then the final point, of course, on all this is also the evolution, if I put that in inverted commas, of different groups and actors. Again, in this space, what do you do with the Taliban, for example, and where they are today? But also, someone like Jolani is a very, very interesting character who has repeatedly tried to present himself as a credible and legitimate interlocutor for the West, and who has tried to position himself in a way to create diplomatic relations with sort of external partners. So all of this, again, has knock-on consequences, because are we then sort of inadvertently acting against an actor who's trying to come in from the cold? Are we creating harm in that instance? So as I say, I feel like this space becomes more complex. You need to be looking for, small markers that these groups are giving in terms of indication. So a kind of broader lexicon. We've seen things with numbers like 88 obviously being used to represent HH for Heil Hitler. You see jihadist groups sometimes use 313, which is a number referencing the number of Muslims who fought in the Battle of Badr, which was the first significant battle, a sort of existential battle for Islam back in the time. So you can kind of look to a bit of this sort of numerology and sort of inward sort of signaling, but beyond that it becomes a very, very complex situation which we're all dealing with, and I dare say there's no easy solution to it.
And if I may add as well, in addition, what we're finding is that various groups, violent Islamists, extremists, and far right, are increasingly adept at obfuscating their presence on larger platforms and trying as best as they can to evade detection by removing obvious signals, logos, and words, and such like. And in many cases, we only come across them by monitoring smaller platforms and occasionally then finding a social media handle, and then all of a sudden the network opens up. And the problem with this is that's really hard computationally to do. You kind of got to have a human expert following the leads, and that's not really scalable. Secondly, what we find is that particular groups are increasingly pretending to, or hiding their content in quasi legitimate news material. And we've recently had a tussle with Al-Shabaab associated newspaper website that suspiciously was able to publish videos related to Al-Shabaab before anywhere else, and they would claim that they were a news source when that stretched credulity. And on top of that, we find a lot of actors on large social media platforms actually pretending to be counterterrorism researchers and analysts. And then they claim that they have, legitimate interests in sharing material, but actually it's likely that they're connected to designated terrorist organizations. So yeah, there are all sorts of tricks up their sleeve that make it much harder to moderate content at scale.
I mean, and with these adversarial shifts, it becomes increasingly hard for tech companies because of the false positive rate when you're looking at dog whistles or coded language. I know that my colleague, our director of technology, Tom Thorley, and I wrote a piece and presented at the Terrorism and Social Media Conference. And one funny example is that we were trying to do layered mixed signals to get rid of false positives. And we were using signals around atom-waffen division, which is known as AWD, and then combining it with threat language like explosion or bomb. And we started getting a lot of car commercials because AWD stands for all-wheel drive. And it was like, this explosive all-wheel drive. And we're like, not what we were looking for. So, even in a limited scope, trying to be very targeted, you see at scale when you start getting into the numerology used by white supremacy groups or the coded languages of hyphenating groups or using mixed signal, it can get very cloudy very quickly. And so having the experts at the table with lots of layered signal is going to be really important. I mean, we haven't talked much about just what does that mean for governments, and maybe just for 10 seconds, and I know we have different government speakers in different parts of the day. We've seen different tactics of how governments are trying to evolve to react, especially in moments of crisis, but this is taking very different forms. And Shiraz, I maybe wanted to highlight, there was a report that came out by one of the GNet researchers, I think it was Fatima Mustafa, about the usage of extreme measures in the instances of terrorist attacks, and it was about internet shutdowns. And I was wondering if maybe you could touch on a few aspects of what the conclusions were about how extreme should we go to try to risk mitigate around the internet, in and around actual terrorist attacks.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting report. It's from the year 2 reports that were commissioned and published by GNet, so it's available on our website now. So what Fatima's done is really interesting. She's taken this data set over a 5-year period, primarily relating to Pakistan, but sort of draws broader lessons from her research, looking at the effect and impact of internet shutdowns, of throttling the internet essentially, of suspending the mobile phone network, and all these different types of things that may be done in order to try and, as it were, curtail an urgent crisis or pressing issue. And what she shows quite convincingly, and with recourse to empirical data, is that in the very immediate short term, it might have an impact. So you're looking at literally about a 24, 36-hour window. And thereafter finds everything goes back to normal. In fact, it doesn't have a sustainable, durable, or meaningful impact beyond that sort of timescale. And actually, of course, what's interesting, so if you look at, obviously, the recent crisis in India, very short, sharp, urgent crisis where the government took a similar approach. And our government might say, well, look, it's in our interest to dampen down the heat for 24 hours, for 36 hours, to get over this immediate hump. And that's then a calculation which has to be weighed up against all the broader human rights implications, but also the cascading series of implications of putting these kinds of things in place, which, again, she talks about very well in the report, which is, particularly in developing countries, that might also mean lack of access to healthcare for a number of people. That might mean lack of access to education opportunities for people. So there are a whole series of actual social considerations that also have to be considered in relation to this, for what is, I suppose, a very short-term impact. But also, of course, she shows that governments tend to use this for a much longer period than what they would, where the benefit, as it were, in inverted commas.
Yeah, and Adam, I wanted to know if you wanted to come in on this, because obviously Tech Against Terrorism has an interesting origin story in that you were founded through a United Nations Counterterrorism Executive Directorate initiative. It's mouthy but accurate. But being part of actually that more UN human rights embedded implications, where are we seeing or needing more international standards for some of these approaches?
Exactly, and the full mission of Tech Against Terrorism is tackling the terrorist use of the internet whilst respecting human rights, and that human rights component of what we do is essential. We don't want to let the terrorists win, because the terrorists are really trying to undermine our values and our norms and our rule of law, and it's perhaps tempting to kind of erode rule of law in order to hit back at terrorists more effectively. But we're suddenly in dangerous times when nation states start losing perspective in that sense. And in everything we do, in the work with smaller platforms as part of mentorship for GIFCT, we stress the importance of ensuring that responses to terrorist use of the internet are proportionate and are appropriate. And it's sad to say, in many countries around the world that don't have democratic values, counterterrorism is used, some pretty obvious examples, to destroy political dissent, to crack down on those who might not agree with the ruling party, and so on and so forth. So there's a very real risk that if we miscalibrate countering the terrorist use of the internet, we could actually empower dictatorships and actually support the objectives of terrorist actors. And increasingly, the use of infrastructure, internet infrastructure, terrorist operating websites and so on, brings this dilemma into full focus, which is to say, when is it right and proper to shut down an entire website? Because that is a pretty extreme thing to do. However, there are no international norms about when it's appropriate to do this or not. It's completely ad hoc. We're not seeing any of the major democracies focusing on this important issue at all, which is really quite worrying. So, open question, why is no one focusing on these norms? Why is, as far as we're aware, no one thinking through, well, when should you be removing a terrorist-operated website, and what protections can you put in place to make sure that a government isn't trying to take down an opposition website? Because this is already happening around the world, but yet there seems to be nothing from the major democracies focused on that. So I think there's a real opportunity there for us to come together and try to establish what those norms should be in order to do what we can to prevent terrorist use of the internet, but whilst ensuring that we don't erode hard-won rights in doing so.
And I want to pose maybe one last question to you both before opening it up to some audience questions. And for those dialed in, please do go ahead and chat in some questions, and they'll be amazingly having them appear to me. And this is all technically seamless because of the YouTube staff. But last question is, how should this audience and our wider global stakeholders really appreciate the current research and analysis about trends and factors, ultimately of radicalization leading to violence, particularly with respect to the offline and online factors? We often are talking a lot about online radicalization, but we're also questioning how much we can box that off really squarely and neatly, and how much we have to look at the rest of socio-political factors and geographic factors. What does that look like? And Shrez, maybe I'll start with you, because I know there was also another, I'm just going to tell everyone to read all these GNet reports, but there was a good GNet report that really took a data-driven approach to looking at online versus offline factors of processes of radicalization.
Yeah, thanks very much. Another plug for another GNet report, again from year 2. So year 3 submissions are still open, by the way. So if you want to pitch anything, then you have a bit of time to do that. But year 2, again, we looked at this online-offline distinction. It's not a distinction that we think is particularly helpful in terms of looking at that migration of an individual to becoming a violent extremist or a violent extremist actor. And again, I'm going to speak to sort of using Syria and the foreign fighters as an example. It's the area that I know best. It's what I've worked on most intensely, and the report also touched on this Syria aspect. Now, one of the questions, if you imagine we go back to, let's say, 2015, people kept asking was, how do you identify the next traveler, right? Who's going? Why are they going? How are you seeing that? And if you imagine ISIS was releasing this content, and let's say millions of people are watching it, maybe a few 100,000 are subscribing to it, right? They're sympathetic to the ideas and the content and the messaging, and then an even smaller proportion finally mobilize. So what's the difference between those different groups? Well, at ICSL, we mapped that sort of flow of travelers from all across Europe and the UK, and what you could see was clear concentrations, densities, right? Clusters of individuals who are going from particular areas. What does that tell us? If this was a purely sort of, you watch a video, you get mesmerized by it, and off you go, you wouldn't see that clustering. It became very, very evident that, in fact, the number of people who travel to Syria as would-be foreign fighters without having any pre-existing connections was incredibly small. It's a really risky thing to do. It's engaging in pretty high-risk activism, sort of going into the unknown. So that in and of itself presented a natural barrier to people mobilizing. But once one individual went, they were then in a position to tell their friends back home, okay, this is how you do it. I'm going to send so-and-so to this place to pick you up, get yourself to this spot, and be there at 2 p.m. And you create those rat runs. And so you could see that, in fact, you were exponentially more likely to become a foreign fighter if you knew another foreign fighter. That doesn't remove the online component, of course, to any of this, right? That dissemination of content is still extremely important. A lot of these individuals, of course, are using encrypted messenger apps in between themselves to discuss and to plot and plan the travel and so on. But it does show that good old-fashioned sort of police work as well, of just knowing who's in your community, knowing who they're talking to, knowing who their friends are. All of that stuff still plays a really integral role. So my answer back to that question was, how do you identify the next foreign fighter? You'd be sort of trying to get a list of who'd already gone, and then looking at their best friends back at home. Again, not in a sort of way to stop them legitimately living their lives, but those are the sort of people who are most exponentially likely to then become travelers themselves. And so, as I say, we have a data set that's published in that GNet Year 2 report, which goes through some of this as well, and it shows that propensity to moving into becoming a violent extremist actor being very clearly linked to this real-world socialization and connectivity with other like-minded actors.
Yeah, I did find it a very interesting data set because it wasn't to say not internet only in person. It was just to look at the interplay and actually say, well, internet could get you a lot of broad sympathizers more easily, more rapidly, but the propensity to that really violent side was more mobilized by interpersonal because it was a much stronger socialization factor, a much stronger kind of visceral reaction to have somebody interpersonal in that network. Adam, I wondered just, again, if there's anything to really look at a data-driven approach to this. What are we seeing in some of those trends, online, offline, the processes, and where we should really put our focus?
Thanks. Well, I couldn't agree with Shiraz more. The evidence with foreign fighters is pretty clear that there needs to be some real world connectivity to sort of force or facilitate mobilization for violent Islamist extremists. Certainly, I think there's less consensus about mobilization for the extreme far right. But what we know with many examples of successful attacks by far right actors is that in the majority of cases, this is performative. And those individuals will seek to tell their friends and their online network about their intent, will often share manifestos, will often use particular language. Now, of course, we can't be sure how many kind of false positives there are, how many people talk about this but never do anything. But certainly we think there's an opportunity to improve rigorous analysis of content that's posted on Chan boards and so on and so forth, because in so many cases, Buffalo is an extremely good example, the individual who carried out that attack had been talking about it for a very long time. And certainly, at Tech Against Terrorism and GIFCT, I mean, we're not law enforcement or intelligence, but perhaps we'd suggest that there's an opportunity for improved monitoring and analysis of content that's being shared based on what we've seen from historically successful attacks. So could that well be an opportunity to improve our response to these events and ideally prevent them?
Yeah. We have about 12, 13 minutes left, and I want to open it up to the audience. Do we have any quick-fire hands? We'll probably take 2 or 3 at a time and let our amazing experts speak to them. I see some coming in virtually, so I'm going to also go there. So if you are dialed in, definitely type them because they will be filtered to me. And then I'll keep scanning you. If we have a cheeky hand that goes up, believe me, my hawk eyes will catch you. We have a question from Bjorn coming in. You're here, and this says Bjorn. Is it another Bjorn? No. Oh. Okay. Oh, no. Bjorn mentioned the splinternet. We're riffing off you. All right. Got it. Bjorn mentioned the splinternet. How does that trend impact violent extremism activity on the internet, and how should our community respond is one question. And then the next one is for Adam. Where can we review the list of terrorist-operated websites that you've curated? We're probably not going to share that so publicly, are we? But maybe we can start with the splinternet. And again, this kind of goes to that decentralized activity and how we monitor and evaluate. And then you can talk about maybe just data protection of how we share as the research community, how we're concerned about even how we share data so that we don't unintentionally lead to more sharing of terrorist or violent extremist content. Shiraz, did you want to jump in on anything about that decentralized splinterneting?
I mean, that's really just building on, what I think I was saying earlier about that notion of digital ghettos that retreat into silos that are reaffirming, that are supportive without any challenge to your view, worldview, and your ability to then essentially migrate well off the norm and into a community where you're essentially losing yourself and adopting a new community. I think the Highland Park incident actually is a very good example there of something that's quite unclear. The UK Prevent Programme would call this an unclear, unstable kind of ideological sort of motivation. But it's quite evident issues of identity, for example, are very important, I think, in individual radicalization trajectories, regardless of what the ideological bent is of that particular individual. And so this splinternet thing, or that digital ghettoization, whatever you want to call it, where individuals are able to find like-minded others who are reaffirming that sense of self, which is well detached from the norm, I think is obviously a huge challenge.
And certainly in terms of the splinternet or the geopoliticization of the internet, I think we can already say it's happened. And as democracies, I guess there's a question we've got to ask ourselves, which is the extent to which we want to compel tech platforms to uphold our values or not. And if we compel platforms to do this, what's to stop dictatorships doing exactly the same thing? And even over the past few weeks, there have been examples of some countries threatening legal action against executives unless those executives or those platforms will remove particular types of content. I won't talk about the country or all the companies involved, but it's pretty evident to see that there's increased pressure on big tech in particular to censor content, and maybe that's a good thing in many ways. But if that is the case, it will almost certainly result in increased politicization of the internet and essentially the initial utopian ideals of internet technology being destroyed. But I'd say we're kind of already there. And wouldn't it be good to have a discussion about whether that's good or bad? In terms of TOWs, the short answer is no. So we're not really in a position to share the list of TOWs, reason being because they stay up for so long. We're really concerned that even disclosing a name of a terrorist-operated website would lead to serious material harm. As I said, it's a really big problem. There are hundreds of these sites. They stay up for many months, sometimes years. And just knowing a URL sometimes can open up access to terabytes of terrorist content. However, if someone would like to reach out to the GIFCT, I'm sure we'd be very keen to have a more detailed conversation if appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have one in real life question, and we got a couple more virtual ones. There are 2 mics here, and so if you either raise your hand or indicate, I'll lead you to those. But we have Dr. Courtney Ratch with a question.
Thanks so much. So one quick question for Adam. Can you talk a little bit more about what you were speaking about with the embedded terrorist content in quasi-news sites? And more broadly for both of you, to what extent do you think that archivists and information scientists, librarians should be more involved in this conversation, or are they involved in a way that we're not so aware? Because I think one of the big concerns that academics and people in civil society and everyone has is the trade-off between removing this material and then not being able to study it. Obviously, we have the GNet and others who are doing important research, but where do people with long histories of dealing with very sensitive and problematic material fit into this discussion? I've been part of this discussion for a long time. I've never met an information scientist, librarian person in these discussions. So how are you thinking about that? How are you thinking about this very real tension between kind of not wanting to make it public, but still wanting to make sure that we can learn from it? Thanks.
So that's a little bit more about that idea of embedded news sites, or quote unquote news sites, or trying to be seen as a news site to be able to keep content up. And then this idea of basically digital librarian or archival sites to make sure that there are legitimate ways that we do need. I mean, GIFCT included of hashing, and where do we find source content when needed, and who do we vet as being worthy or safe to share that sort of content with?
So if I may start, on embedding within news or quasi-news sites. So I think the starting point there is to recognise that terrorist actors have figured out that if that news is protected in many ways, and so it should be. That's the right thing. And previously, I know Aaron, you've mentioned you've discussed in detail about why it's important for tech platforms to protect legitimate news material that has real value. But terrorists have sort of figured this out quite quickly. and now setting up their own websites, creating their own content, and in many cases, I don't know, like 95% of it is sort of credible news content about a particular war zone or something like this. But then within that content is often embedded terrorist material or rather strange material about grievance or exclusives that has a beheading video in or something like this. So it's pretty sophisticated and really difficult to detect. And often the only way we find this sort of material is by monitoring terrorists on smaller messaging sites, and then we find links to it. So you know, it's pretty hard to find this stuff by accident. You've really got to kind of follow the people who are sharing it, and then you can find sites accordingly. And in terms of archiving, and this is such an important point, I agree. When content is removed, it's essential that something is archived so that it can be analysed, so we can learn from it, and also so that we can audit the decisions that are being made to ensure that they're accurate decisions. The next phase of the development of the terrorist content analytics platform, the TCAP, is designed precisely to support that. So we'll be archiving all of the material that we report. We'll also be removing personal information from this so that we're adhering to GDPR regulations, and we'll be ensuring that only legitimate researchers at institutions and universities will have access to this. So we believe that it is possible to archive material to enable and support research, but we propose a way of doing so where there's vetted access, where there's transparency about who has access and doesn't. And in fact, we're aiming to hire a team of archivists starting in a couple of months. So if there's an archivist listening who'd like to join the team, please get in touch.
And Shiraz, kind of riffing off that, I know that GINA and some of your wider work has been working with other experts in Canada and around the world on things like archiving some of the white supremacy, neo-Nazi, and that gets very esoteric in some of those realms with some of those groups as well, of just how to put a taxonomy around that and how to have access to that. Can you describe a little bit? I know that you held some focus groups with experts just to try to decide how do you put a taxonomy on it, and then how do you decide access around it? What are some of those considerations that came out of those dialogues?
Yes, so I think this is going to be, really important issue going forwards for the entire academic community working on this, because obviously there is a need to get this stuff off the internet, but there's also a need to preserve it so that those with legitimate interest can obviously access that data, the empirical data, and look at it and be able to go through it. So there are already a number of existing repositories in this, you could say, in the jihadi space that exist, that already have that kind of content. What we've been doing at ICSR is trying to look at ideologically motivated violent extremist movements that are not jihadist, and to try and archive that. So we've, in a sense, had a head start because we've seen what's happened with these other repositories, the challenges that they've faced, the issues of building security into the site and foregrounding some of those considerations into the design of the site, as say GDPR compliance, all these different things. But also, like I said, what's the legitimate edge, as it were, of GNet research or GIFCT's remit and so on? If you're putting an archive like this together, what's the legitimate remit of how far that archive goes? And so on. So as Erin was saying, actually, we held a number of focus groups with experts from around the world who work on these types of issues to say, would this person go in or not? Would this manual go in or not? Would this one? And to try and test again and to sort of build a sort of framework of where we would take that. I should say this website is up. It's not publicly launched, but it is in sort of beta testing phase. It's called READ, the Repository of Extremist-Aligned Documents. If you're interested in it and you'd like access, please just let me know and we can arrange that for you. We're interested in the feedback. We are moving towards publicly launching it quite soon, hopefully. And again, the idea is to expand it and to create a stable and safe environment in which academics, law enforcement, journalists, people who are legitimately trying to access or understand this content can do so in a safe and sort of important way. As I say, some of the workshops we also had were on the ethics of this and what ethical considerations should go into it and so on. So we've had an opportunity to see where our colleagues sort of have struggled and not with their existing repositories, and to try and get ahead of that to do. I would say it's an expensive thing to do well. So.
And we're just coming up on time. Is it a quick question?
Yeah, very.
All right, let's get this as the last question, then we're going to wrap.
So my name is Farzan Abadi, and well, it's not that quick, but you can answer it later. So I hear that you have, you mentioned human rights. So I wanted to know if you have processes in place that you actually measure how you impact, what your impact is on human rights when you are doing your research. A lot of the things that you do, OSINT can have human rights implications. So that's one thing. The other thing that I wanted to kind of push back on a little bit is that somebody mentioned that splinternet has happened already, and I do not agree with that. I think that we need to work on the definition of splinternet as we talk about it, because it's still global access to the internet by and large exists, and what we need to preserve that. So with that mission in mind, we need to look at the definition of splinternet and talk about it more carefully. Thank you.
While we're at time, maybe just 10 seconds of maybe guiding the audience of where on your sites you have some transparency and more language about human rights considerations, because I think this could be a whole other panel discussion. I know we're picking it up later, but if there's some pieces or areas to point people to where that consideration is already taking place in your work?
Well, we have a statement about it on GNet, but also we have specific reports and insights looking at the human rights implications as they pertain to different issues.
And also if you online terrorist content analytics platform transparency report, and there are some copies outside, we have a section there on the importance of human rights in everything we do. So I commend that.
And please, if you're in this room, come and find our experts during breaks, and there's more conversation to be had. I want to thank you both so much for kicking us off and getting us thinking in a million different directions, and for everyone in the audience. The next topic is big as well. We are talking about crisis response protocols and GIFCT's incident response framework, so stick around. But in the meantime, big round of applause for my two experts. Thank you so much.
And now, please welcome Dr. Khaira Hassan and fellow speakers. And now, please welcome Dr. Khaira Hassan and fellow speakers.
Where are they all living? When you're ready, I think. I think a lot of people went for coffee.
So, hello, my fellow panelists. Our session is on crisis response protocols and the crisis incident response framework. I will start by presenting my panelists, and then each one of them can take maybe a couple of minutes to send in your key message, the key idea that you want people to leave with. So I have the pleasure to have Tom Thorley next to me, the Director of Technology at the Global Internet Forum of Counterterrorism. Sorry. And then I have Mr. Laurent Michel, who's the Director for Internal Security, DG Home Affairs of the European Commission. Then Joshua Geltzer, Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor, National Security Council of the United States Government. And Christina Kirk, who's the Principal Advisor of Christchurch Call at the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet New Zealand Government. it would be too long to describe all the amazing things each one of these persons do, so we will stop at that. But please do look at their bios. So maybe in order, how about each one of you takes a couple of minutes to tell us your key messages around the crisis response protocol.
Thank you so much, Guida, and thank you to everybody for attending today. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate all of you coming. For GIFCT, our crisis response work really started in response to the horrific attacks in Christchurch in 2019, when we developed our initial content incident protocol. And since then, we've been iterating and improving on that, and it has resulted in what we now call our incident response framework. That incident response framework has 3 levels. The most kind of basic level of response is our incident level, where we are looking to share situational awareness between member companies. Following on from that, we have our content incident, which is looking to respond to perpetrator-produced content online around a terrorist or violent extremist attack. And then the most significant, the most severe level of our crisis response, our incident response framework, is the content incident protocol, which is there designed to respond to Christchurch-like incidents where there is a live streamed perpetrator. And unfortunately, that protocol has now been enacted or activated 3 times, once in response to the attacks in Halle, Germany, once in response to the attacks in Glendale, Arizona, and most recently in response to the incidents in Buffalo. And each time we have been learning a lot from those attacks and constantly trying to build in the lessons learned from those responses to improve our incident response framework. So with that in mind, we've had most recently, in following our Buffalo attack, the Buffalo responses, we had a multi-stakeholder debrief process in which we tried to bring together the community to really feed back on our response and help us learn those lessons, identify where we'd done well, where we still had more work to do, and what our focus is for improving were. We've also been running tabletop exercises throughout the last 12 months, and I really want to thank the Crisis Response Working Group who've participated in organising those and being a part of those tabletop exercises. Running those exercises is never the same as actual live responses, but we learn a huge amount from them and really can drive the readiness of our responses up by doing that. In particular, this year, we focused on 2 areas. One is on how we think about human rights when we're responding to incidents, and how we respond, how we think about our communications internally and make those as efficient and effective as possible so that all of our stakeholders get the right information at the right time. With that, I'm really happy to hand back to you, Guida, or on to Laurent. And just thank everybody again for participating, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion today.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think you have said a lot. We need to have rules in place to face a crisis. And under GIFCT, I think we have done a tremendous work, and it's working. There are still things to improve, and we'll come to that later on. At European level, after the Christchurch attack, we have developed our own EU crisis protocol to coordinate our answer when there is a terrorist attack with a big online dimension. And what matters, I think, is to have both the policy level and the operational level working together. Because we not only need to take down the content, but we also need to have a good strategic communication when the terrorist attack happen. So you have to have a good mix between policy and operational level. And that's why we are involving Europol, what we call the Internet Referral Unit, which is working 24 hours per day, trigger the crisis protocol, and then coordinate the member states' answers, so the 27 member state answer to the crisis. But what matters also is to make sure that when we trigger the crisis protocol, it is well coordinated with GIFCT, with Christchurch, that we have synergies and not a proliferation of initiatives going into different directions. So we need a good coordination between the different process, and I think it is working. One sign of the success also of GIFCT is that you have seen in Buffalo attacks, for instance, or in Halle, the terrorists are using smaller platforms to start the process, and they are not targeting anymore the big platforms as a starter, because they know that the tools are there, that it is working. So now we have to move to the next steps. We have to be able to detect manipulated content, to cope, and it was discussed in the first panel, for instance, barcodes getting to the content of the terrorist attack, clips embedded into other videos. So we have to work more during the crisis to the new approach of the terrorists. The terrorists are getting much more agile than before, and we need to get ready and to have the tools to deal with that. And that's why it's very important to do a lot of tabletop exercise. That's what we have done the last 2 years with Europol. We have carried out a lot of tabletop exercise, which have been very fruitful, and including on communication, to make sure that we are coordinated also in our communication, drawing also the lessons from Christchurch and the great communication done by the New Zealand Prime Minister at the time. I think there were a lot to be learned from that. So that's the key message I want to pass on as a starter. Josh?
Thank you, and Gaida, thank you for assembling us. Thank you for your leadership and taking over the IAC. And I'm grateful to GIFCT, not just for gathering us all here today, but truly for the vital work that the whole team does day in and day out. And grateful to Nick for pretty extraordinary leadership of this important entity. So my main message in some ways may zoom out a little bit. I hope we're going to get in the weeds as the discussion goes on about what these crisis protocols look like and the ways in which they are improving and evolving. But at a fundamental level, the live streaming of violence, the sharing of horrific graphic violence, I want to underscore that this is not corollary or on the periphery of terrorism. This is core to terrorism. What terrorists try to do is cause outsized fear based on salient, horrific violence. Now, there's, of course, nothing that competes with the horror of the actual victims and the families of those who lose loved ones in an attack like the one that occurred in Buffalo. Beyond that, at a tactical, perhaps even you might say a strategic level, it is central to terrorist designs for that type of violence to feel palpable to others, to feel visceral to others, and therefore to generate, as I indicated, fear beyond what the sheer numbers might suggest about the risk to oneself. And so when we talk about crisis response protocols, when we talk about trying to stem, limit the spread, the virality of the violence that occurs in an attack like the one we saw in Buffalo, I just want to emphasize that that is not something incidental to terrorism and efforts to counter it. It is really at its heart. It is at its core. And so the work that's done on this protocol, the tabletops that exercise it, the implementation of it in the moments, minutes after an attack, this strikes me as critical to approach to counterterrorism that, of course, involves governments in critical ways, but also involves all sorts of other stakeholders, including GIFCT. The other point I'd make, and it kind of flows from that, is that terrorists are, in many ways, adaptive, evolving actors. So many hostile actors are. They are continuing to innovate, and we've heard this from other excellent speakers so far this morning, in the ways that they spread the depictions of their violence online. And it is to the credit of Tom and Nick and others on the GIFCT team that GIFCT and the companies with which GIFCT works are evolving too, including, and this is really bragging on Tom's behalf here, updating the hashtag sharing database to include some of the things that terrorists are increasingly using to spread their violence, such as URLs, which, as I understand it, will be imminently part of what GIFCT shares. So I'll leave it at that and look forward to the discussion. But my main point is that what we have an opportunity to discuss together this morning is at the core, is at the heart of what terrorists try to do and what all of us, I think, are keen to do to try to counter that.
Thank you, Joshua. Hello, everyone. Tēnā koutou katoa. I just want to tautoko support what you just said about remembering, first of all, the purpose of the work we do on crisis response, because we invest a lot of effort, resources, energy in these protocols and refining them and doing exercises for what are infrequent but very high impact events. And Joshua, you talked about the human impact on the targeted communities and individuals, but also we saw with Christchurch just how long-lived the impacts of that live stream have been. Peyton Gendron, going into the Buffalo attack, talked about how live streaming would be 1,000 times more impactful, and it would inspire and radicalise and bring others to the cause, to his cause, in a way that nothing else could. And so I think it's really important to remember that that we are really working to address that specific risk and stop the propagation of these terror attacks. The second point I'd like to make is that since the launch of the Christchurch call in May 2019, we have come a really long way, just as the fellow panellists have said. There are two specific commitments in the Christchurch call that I think are really relevant here. The first is for companies to address specific risks around live stream, and there's been a huge amount of work in GIFCT member companies to do just that. And Twitch, for example, I know worked on multi-layered safety improvements around their live stream affordances. And that meant that when the Buffalo attack happened, those safety improvements meant that they were able to get that down in 2 minutes. And they didn't rely on just one kind of safety improvement. They had automated scanning up and running. They had improved user reporting channels, triage, ability to escalate high-risk threats, and it was that second kind of defence that worked in that specific circumstance. So I just want to applaud the work that's been done around live stream within the companies. Obviously, there's been a huge amount of work across our community on our crisis response protocols. The GIFCT's done a huge amount of work to expand their content incident protocol out into the incident response framework that it is now, that will respond to the expectations of your stakeholders to respond to different kinds of events, not necessarily just live streams and videos, but where there are images, as was the case in Conflans. So that's important. But it was always what was envisaged was that the GIFCT's content incident protocol will be part of a suite of protocols. So there's the Christchurch call crisis response protocol, there's the EU Internet Forums crisis protocol, and together they are interoperable, they have similar scope, but they all serve slightly different functions. And Laurent talked in particular about the ability of the government-led protocols to work in that strategic counter-messaging space, and I think that's really important. So we saw, through the work that we've done on our protocols, a huge improvement, saw them working really pretty well after the Buffalo attack, and that meant that, the content was a lot less prevalent on the mainstream platforms, but there's still more for us to do. Obviously, we want to work with those firms, all of the firms that are in a constructive place and are willing to work to try and get this kind of content off their platforms. So we want to see the GIFCT continuing to expand its membership, working with Tech Against Terrorism to support the small platforms to improve their resources and tooling around live stream risks,
and also around their ability to respond quickly in a crisis, because we saw after Buffalo that it was a small platform where a copy of the live stream was put up and it was left up for 10 hours, reportedly had 3 million views. So we need to continue that work. And then within the Christchurch Call community, we also need to think pretty hard about what we do about those platforms that are and services that are not in a constructive place, refuse to moderate content, see that perhaps as their selling point for their users. How can we as a multi-stakeholder community find effective rights-respecting ways to deal with those? And some of that will be discussion with infrastructure layer companies, and there's also a discussion to be had around, I guess, regulation and enforcement and what due process and good accountability mechanisms would look like around that. So those would be my main points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you have already covered a lot, and I'm going to ask a twofold question and direct it to all of you in an interactive way. We can talk about the criteria that call for activating the protocol, the incidents protocol. But every time an incidents protocol is activated, it involves several actors at local, national, federal, global, sometimes actors, and security-related and non-security related. So there is a big question around coordination. How does it happen that all those actors can connect and work in an efficient way? So that's the first fold of the question. And the second fold of the question is on two levels. The level of managing the content itself, and the second level, which you referred to, Christina, is the impact on victims, populations, or future at-risk populations and groups who may use parts of that content. So just go ahead.
Thanks, Gaida. That's a really interesting set of questions. I think the way I respond to that is first to think about, for GIFCT, what our particular role is. As Christina said, there's a suite of these protocols out there to manage this really complex environment of stakeholders that we're all working in as part of a community here. And GIFCT has one part of that, but we're not by any means the whole picture, and we rely on our colleagues in the EU and in the Christchurch Call and others to reach out to all of those parts of the community. For GIFCT, our first responsibility really is to coordinate our members and make sure that the members' response in a crisis is as efficient and effective as it can be. Following on from that, we're really there to reach out to our other stakeholders, and in particular, the impacted government. Where is that most acute need to coordinate between the tech sector and government in those times of crisis operating? And in the case of Buffalo, that was the US government, Josh, and I know that we coordinated closely, and we coordinated with other parts of the US government as well, including FBI, to make sure that there was that awareness of what each other was doing and making sure that our responses were effective. There's still a lot more to do in that space, if I'm honest, and we need to build on that. And I think the place that I see more space for, and I know Dia is in the audience and was mentioning this earlier on Twitter, but that engagement for the civil society members of our community, in particularly the human rights community and also the impacted communities around the world, but how we bring that into the protocols that we all run, I think is really critical and something that we need to work on together, because I don't think that the GIFCT protocol is necessarily the ideal spot for that, but maybe the other protocols are, and maybe there's ways to bring it into all of our protocols to make them more robust and responsive to the whole of the community.
If I may, on this point, in Europe we have only triggered once the crisis protocol, the EU crisis protocol. That was after the Conflans attack in France, where a teacher was beheaded, and where you saw some image on Twitter as a starter. So we decided to trigger that crisis protocol. At that time, GIFCT did not trigger their own SIP, Content Incident Protocol. So there are some divergence sometimes when you trigger the criteria. GIFCT triggered the SIP with the attack of the synagogue in Halle in Germany, but we did not trigger. So there's still some room to improve things and to have a joint analysis on when to trigger a crisis protocol. That's something where we need to work further. It's not easy because you have to assess if the content is going to become viral or not, if there is a real risk, and if we have to mobilize the whole community or not for that. It should not happen too often, but we should not be afraid to trigger it when things happen. So there's still some work to be done there. Another point where we need to work further is also on when the GIFCT SIP is triggered, who should they contact? And I think there is improvement to be done there. Because after Buffalo, it's true that you contacted the US government, but I think you should have contacted more governments. It was, ISC community was triggered, but you didn't use your directory, what you call the incident response directory, on the basis that the list of contact points were not updated. So get the list of contact points updated. This is key so that we have all the right contacts mobilized when the crisis happens. The content gets viral worldwide, so you should not only focus where the incident happened. If it happens in India, in Udaipur, it can be then used in Australia, in Europe, wherever. So we need to have the whole community on board. So we have to trigger the directory, the full directory, when you decide to trigger the SIP. On top of it, as I mentioned before, we need to have the operational level, but also the policy level for the strategic communication. So the both levels need to be triggered, and we need to ensure that the evidence is preserved. That's for investigation purpose. So these are the key elements that I believe needs to be improved for the future.
I'm happy to share from a government perspective a little bit of the information flow, both before and after. I'll use Buffalo as obviously a salient example. So, as you might suspect, it's often local law enforcement that is the first to identify and respond to an incident like that. That makes its way to federal law enforcement and makes its way to us at the White House, obviously with no involvement in investigation or prosecution, but for awareness, especially when it rises to the level of a national security, homeland security type of incident, as Buffalo pretty quickly presented itself to be. And as we digested the information, I'll confess that one of the first calls I made after sharing information within the government was to call Nick, not to share any law enforcement information, but to say, is GIFCT tracking this? And even better than that is that his answer was yes, which I think is to the credit of him, Tom, Aaron, others who've worked to build this out. Now, I will say, having bragged on Tom's behalf, I will also push a little on behalf of GIFCT, which is there are incidents like this that can happen globally. And my sense is that with additional resources from the companies that are generous enough to support GIFCT, that 24/7 monitoring could be enhanced globally in a way that makes that answer yes even faster and yes around the world. Because, again, India has recently shown us that these types of incidents can occur in other time zones, any hour of the day, anywhere as well. Now, I'll add that then we received more formal notifications as the protocol calls for, which were very helpful to us in understanding what the reaction had been. And then we did ask our law enforcement, our intelligence community colleagues, as we do with concerning terrorism recruitment material generally, to help us understand how this material had spread. We indeed did a debrief with some key stakeholders beyond government in which we were able to share that information, because it's good for us to know it. It is even better for a cross-section of those who care about these issues and work on these issues to know it. Not to point fingers, but to improve and get better next time. And the key takeaway is one that's already been shared by publicly by researchers and by media, which is the actual video live streaming of Buffalo was confined in part by the good work of GIFCT and the companies that respond to it. The way in which it did spread a bit was through hyperlinks to that video or versions of it living elsewhere, which is why it's so important that GIFCT is imminently updating its database to have URLs, hyperlinks be part of it. But I think it's equally important to talk about the information flow in the immediate wake of an attack and before the protocol is triggered, as well as after a protocol is triggered, so that we keep up with those evolving adversaries I mentioned before and try to keep improving as a counterterrorism community.
Just coming back to one thing that Laurent mentioned, which is our incident response directory, and that was something that was built up by our crisis response working group and was very much a first pass at how we do that coordination. It's something that is in need of renew and an area that we need to improve on. I think I would push back a little on the suggestion that we need to reach out to every government whenever our protocols are triggered. As Christina mentioned, but this is a suite of protocols that should operate together. I think where we should be seeking the most tight integration is between those protocols to make sure that they are connected really well. And then actually, Laurent, for your stakeholder group in particular, your member states, it is so much easier and faster for you to be reaching out to those member states quickly. So we should be looking to where can we improve the efficiency of those communications by making sure those pipelines to the core stakeholder communities who can reach out to their networks, or the Christchurch call network, for example, should be in place. And I think that needs a bit more design work and a bit more thinking through from all of us of how our protocols become more interoperable and more integrated, so that we can be more effective as the whole of our community together, because that's the only way we can really effectively respond to these things.
Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that after the Buffalo activation of the content incident protocol, and also after Udapur, GIFCT has really quickly notified the IAC members and then also done public blog posts on that, and that's enabled us in the Christchurch Call unit to send out a message to the Christchurch Call community about the action that is being taken. So we're already working on that, and I think those lines of communication are improving all the time. To your question about the impact on communities and how we respond, in part due to the GIFCT's monitoring situational awareness, we were made aware quite early on of the real links between the Buffalo attack and the Christchurch attack, and we reached out very quickly to the Christchurch Muslim community that was impacted by the Christchurch attack, just to make them aware that we were ready to support them. In our debrief on the Buffalo crisis response, we heard from impacted communities, Buffalo and the Christchurch March 15 Whānau Trust, which is set up to support survivors. And the companies that were present in that debrief were really responsive to what they heard and an offering to follow up with those community groups to further improve responsiveness to their concerns. So that's all great work that's happening through the auspices of these protocols.
So I'll pick up on that and in relation to the Buffalo attack and to the India attack, when and how do you consider having achieved success in responding to the event? And also, how do you then track the propagation in its diversified and divided manners? But I really would like to hear each one of you on that issue of when do you smile and say, mission accomplished, we have succeeded in mitigating, limiting the impacts?
I think this is an excellent question. Measuring the success or the completion of these kind of pieces of work is one of the hardest things that we have to do, honestly. And those decisions about when to kind of conclude our incident response, I think are some of the hardest decisions that we take, because we're responding to a huge different array of stakeholders as we're doing that and trying to work out when is appropriate to draw that response down. The honest answer is that an incident response piece of work is never really done. If you look at the Christchurch attack, that, as Christina said, that continued to echo through to the Buffalo, the inspiration for the Buffalo attack. Similarly, that you can go back to other manifestos that were referred in that attack, like Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, for example, was quoted by the Buffalo attacker. We have that kind of constant drip of that information out there continues to impact communities, continues to be a challenge. And so at GIFCT, our crisis response hash sharing buckets do not close when we say, actually, our incident response work is closed. Those categories of hash remain open for our member companies, and they will continue to contribute to those hashes over time as new variants of the videos are published, as new pieces of content are extracted and shared publicly, so that we can keep on top of that constant kind of drip of information that is presented. The other thing that I would just highlight, I suppose, is that when it comes to how we respond and how we bring all of that information together and track our information, really the critical area, I think, is where it comes to information sharing between our members. We're really here to help coordinate and facilitate those members to come together. And so one of our critical ways of tracking that information is really getting feedback from members. And we do that kind of in real-time communication with them throughout our incident responses, sharing situational awareness, but also getting updates from them on the kinds of adversarial behavior they're seeing, the kinds of challenges that they're responding to, the level of response that they have to put in place because of the particular impact on their platforms. And that's different for every member, for every single attack. It impacts different platforms differently. So I think that coordination function that GIFCT provides is really reliant on members, and we're grateful for our members to be providing information into that. And that's a real coordination function that helps us to look at where the information is spreading and how the information is spreading and how we can respond to it better. Laurent?
Well, in our line of business, there's not a lot of time for smiling. but I think that actually it's always very difficult to decide when the job is done. But the debriefing is key. So debriefing with the stakeholders, with the communities, and to see what is happening, what is continuing to happen online. And we don't need to take it down completely because we'll never manage. But we need to make sure that the man in the street, when he goes on the internet, will not bump into it. So we make it difficult for the people to find the content. But if you want to look after it, you always manage. And after Buffalo, you could still see the videos 24 hours, 48 hours later if you were agile enough to look after it. So, and you can find still Christchurch videos if you want to. But it's difficult. So we want to make the life of the terrorists difficult online as well as offline. So that's our criteria. It's not a scientific-based criteria, but we need to work with something. And I think that for the time being, we have made a lot of improvement compared to what happened in Christchurch. So we are learning by doing, and I think we are on the right track. So we can smile a little bit.
That's very well said. And all I'd add is, we're talking about crisis response here, and we know what we mean by that in the wake of an actual act of violence. But the crisis begins long before a shooting like Buffalo or a shooting like Christchurch. The crisis begins as somebody goes down a pathway of deciding to take their grievances, perceived grievances, social, political, ideological, whatever they are, and turn to violence with them. And someone like the Buffalo shooter is quite explicit about the fact that pathway occurred online. He of course left behind a manifesto in which he asked himself a Q&A and asked where did you radicalize, and his answer was online. And so I guess as we continue to try to move towards success, because we will never get all the way towards satisfaction, that's part of having evolving bad actors, but I think we as a government have tried to work hard about how we, in a sense, play offense rather than just play defense. We've invested heavily in prevention, resources both for state and local partners as well as for nonprofits, including digital literacy programming and other things that we think can get to that moment of crisis before it is this type of crisis, before it's an act of violence. And I think in some ways our challenge, our friendly challenge to those who are part of this GIFCT community, both GIFCT as well as the participating companies, is to try to take on that same approach of what it means to play offense, to empower users, to seek help if they need it, to identify concerning behavior if they encounter it, and to deal with a crisis at its earlier stages rather than the point at which crisis really means fatalities and loss of life.
So, until we reach the day where technology will make it such as these videos cannot even make it to the platforms, and who knows, we can dream big. And reflecting on some of the questions that we are receiving from the public, GIFCT has a working group, has a crisis response working group. What are the, high-level lessons learned, and what are the connected expectations for GIFCT to have for itself regarding crisis response work, but also for other governments and other members to have in terms of expectation for GIFCT?
Thank you. That's a question that we've thought about to a great extent in the Crisis Response Working Group. And I'd actually point to Christina's output that she wrote as part of that working group on, firstly, mapping out those protocols that we have in the community and how each of them is activated and why and what the levels are, but also in trying to identify the gaps that remain for the community and where we need, as a community, to focus on kind of building out and improving. And hopefully, I really hope that will be part of the Crisis Response Working Group's core kind of focus next year, is looking at some of those gaps and looking at some of the lessons that we've learned from the recent incidents, as well as the tabletop exercises that we ran this year. In terms of GIFCT's own focus and where I will be trying to really improve our work over the next 12 months. As Josh mentioned, situational awareness is a big part of our work, but I really want to make sure that we have a robust and globally diverse capability so that we can respond to those kind of incidents wherever they are in the world. Like if you look at our statistics, which are online already, before we even get to a kind of incident response, there are terrorist events that are happening all around the world all the time. And we share situational awareness of those events, even if they don't have an online component as such. And since 2019, we've shared, I think, over 270 information of over 270 different instances where those kind of terrorist events have happened, unfortunately. And that spans about 41 different countries. So if you can... that is a large number of countries, but it's still not the whole world, and it's still not the full scope of the problem. So we need to continue to improve that and make it more robust. I think the other area I really want to focus on is readiness of our community and our team and our members to make sure that we're as efficient and as quick at every stage of the process, and the information is flowing through our processes and our protocols in the right way. I think that efficiency we can really drive up. We're a small NGO, honestly. We have limited capacity. We have limited global footprint to operate 24/7. So we need to work smarter and we need to be as efficient as possible. So those are the two areas that I really want to focus on in the next 12 months, along with the taxonomy expansions that Josh mentioned, really getting after how do I do a better job of countering terrorist activity on the internet. Clearly, that's core to all of GIFCT's work, whether it's crisis response or not.
Yeah. Just 2 points. I fully agree with what Tom said. Just to add 2 points. One is the membership question, because GIFCT does not represent all the main key players on the internet, and we need to widen the scope. I think there are big players, not necessarily in the West, that might play a key role, and some others. And the second is the smaller platforms, how you work with the smaller platforms. And that's the key. We have seen it with Buffalo. It started with the smaller platforms, and we know that the terrorists will work on smaller platforms in the future. So we have to work with tech against terrorism. That's quite important. With the cooperative platforms, and then the issue of the non-cooperative platform. What do we do with a non-cooperative platform? That's why also we have European legislation on the legislation on terrorist content online, where we can adopt sanctions against non-cooperative platforms if they don't take down the content. So we have to at some stage to go and use that sanction trigger so that everybody is on board. Thank you.
Laurent and Tom set out strong, ambitious agendas, and I would just maybe pull out one piece that Tom mentioned and one piece that Laurent mentioned. They get called manifestos, though I tend to be disinclined to dignify them by calling them that. But whatever they are, screeds left behind by some of these attackers, we see that they continue to inspire others to undertake violence. We see that because the next screed tends to reference and at times plagiarize the last screed and the one before that. And the work that the GIFCT team is doing to share information about those among participating companies, I think that looms quite large, given the salience they seem to play, at least in how those who undertake violence attempt to justify their horrible acts of violence and explain why they have done them. It seems to loom large for them, which makes it loom large, I think, for all of us as a community. And then this idea of expanding membership. As a government, our view is fundamentally to take a big tent approach to this. If companies of varying stripes are interested in getting better at this and benefiting from the information sharing that GIFCT has worked so hard to facilitate and improve and augment, our presumption is that we'd like them to benefit from that. And so we are, of course, part of these same conversations about what expansion looks like in the months and years to come. But fundamentally, we want more companies participating in, and we hope acting on, the sort of information sharing that GIFCT makes possible.
Yeah, and from the Christchurch call perspective, the work that was done in Crisis Response Working Group this year helped us deliver part of our second anniversary work plan for Christchurch for crisis response, and that mapping and gap analysis has really given us a list of things that we would like to see Crisis Response Working Group pick up for the next year and continue to work on. And they are things that we have been talking about on this panel. They're around GIFCT membership, what do we do about smaller platforms and how do we best support them as a matter of industry good and as a matter of public good, working with Tech Against Terrorism, the interlinkages with Tech Against Terrorism's terrorist content analytics platform, because those are starting to be more meshing there between our protocols and that as well, which I think is a really positive development. But we will talk about that more this afternoon in the breakout session, which will be great. And just from the Christchurch call perspective, taking that work and also what's come out of our debriefs on Buffalo, and thinking also about the Urapua attack, we will take that into our Leaders Summit later in the year and set the agenda for the coming time around crisis response improvements.
Thank you. I really want to thank all my panelists for a huge set of complex, crucial information ideas, and it's the French word that comes to my mind, les pistes, the ways to move forward. GIFCT has done a huge amount of work in terms of crisis management, reaction, intervention. Maybe now we can open up towards a prevention, a more active prevention role for GIFCT as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now take a short coffee break. Please join us back here at 11:45 a.m. Everyone, if you can please take your seats, we will begin shortly. Please welcome Emma Yanso and fellow speakers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our third session, Tech Transparency and Advancing Our Collective Understandings of Factors for Radicalization. That is a lot, and a lot for us to get through in 45 minutes, so we are going to jump right in. My name is Emma Alonzo. I am the director of the Free Expression Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I'm based in Washington, D.C. I have been a member of the Christchurch Call Advisory Network since 2019. I've participated in a number of different GIFCT working groups, and in general, I focus on how law and policy and decisions by tech companies shape our online communications environment. So I'm really excited for this conversation today. And now I will turn it to my amazing panelists to give a quick intro of themselves. Erin.
Erin Saltman, Director of Programming at GIFCT, and definitely want to just mainly highlight a lot of the output of others and amazing research that came out from our working groups that are multi-stakeholder working groups throughout the year, but also through our global network on extremism and technology, and based in London despite the Yankee accent, but glad to be over here for this.
Okay, thanks.
I'm Daphne Keller. I direct the program on platform regulation at Stanford's Cyber Policy Center. And about 1 million years ago, I used to work here. It's very odd being back with the primary colors. I was an associate general counsel and handled a lot of legally based content removal questions. So a lot of stuff that's relevant for today.
And I'm Chris Meserol. I'm the research director for the AI and Emerging Tech Initiative at Brookings. And in my own work, I do a lot of work on the relationship between AI and extremism on the one hand, and then also digital authoritarianism on the other. And in addition, I've had the privilege of both being one of the co-leaders for the CAPI working group of the GIFCT last year, and then working with Emma and others on the technical approaches working group for this year.
Great. And I do want to flag that we do intend to have some time for audience Q&A at the end of the session. So folks in the room, you see where the microphones are. I'll let you know when it's time to start lining up there. And for those joining us online, there is a link to Slido to share questions in the description section on the YouTube page. So go look at the description section, hop on over to Slido, and add your questions for our amazing panelists in there. So to start off, I'd like to sort of lay the groundwork for this conversation about the role of online platforms, digital platforms in radicalization. We've heard a lot of conversation already today, kind of pointing to or alluding to this connection. But in this session, we really want to dig into what do we know about these features, and importantly, how do we study these dynamics, and what are some of the gaps and the barriers there? So first, I'll turn to Chris. Could you lay out some of the common operating assumptions about the relationships between digital platforms and radicalization?
My pleasure, and thanks again for the GIFCT for convening this panel. I think the kind of dominant narrative out there when it comes to digital platforms and algorithms really kind of dates back to this notion of the filter bubble, which was kind of the idea that as search engines and as digital platforms gain the capacity to personalize their products for different individual users, the algorithms will kind of learn to create online environments that reflect the preferences of the individuals using them. And there's a specific variant of that within extremism, which is kind of the rabbit hole to extremism, to radicalization, where the idea is users will go online, they might be exposed to a certain kind of content, they'll click on the most extreme version of that, then they'll kind of continue doing that, and the algorithm will learn that they're interested in more and more extreme content and will feed them, in turn, more and more radical content. That's kind of the dominant narrative out there, I think. I think it's worth unpacking a little bit where it came from, and then maybe we can get into some of what we actually know about whether it's true. I think to kind of lay the groundwork, it's worth taking a step back, all the way back even maybe to like the days of blogs 15 years ago. And there, the algorithm there was basically a very simple one. It was just a heuristic one of chronology, right? Everything was shown in reverse chronological order. When social media platforms first started having news feeds, they imported that kind of basic heuristic of just reverse chronology. And that's what Facebook used. That's what other kind of social media used at the very outset. The challenge is these kind of social media in particular, they grew. They had network effects, and the social networks grew exponentially in a way that made reverse chronology infeasible for organizing content in a compelling way for its users, which meant that they had to come up with some other solution for kind of curating all the content that they could show to given users and given individuals. What's happened over the last decade is that at the beginning, they use some machine learning for that, but there would be some kind of basic heuristics layered on top of it. So that it was kind of like, if you like a post or a comment from this person, you're probably more likely to also, like something by somebody else from that person, or like something by that person as well. What's changed over the last decade is that these systems have relied more and more on deep learning recommendation models. And those models are basically trained on a wide set of, and we can get into this in more detail later, but they're trained on information about users and then information about what users have liked which pieces of content over time. And there's really two algorithms that have been developed. One is a very kind of short and sweet algorithm, right? As soon as you hit click on a given website, within a few milliseconds, the algorithm needs to be able to identify a few dozen or even a few hundred potential candidates. This is called candidate generation or retrieval in terms of the algorithm that's being used. Then there's a second algorithm that comes in and ranks those generated candidates. It needs to be able to rank them for you and get them into, these are the 10 that we are actually going to show a given user or a given individual. All of that needs to happen in a few hundred milliseconds for the platform to be compelling. And so what's happened is these models have gotten more and more compelling over time. They've also gotten larger and larger over time. As of 2 years ago, Facebook's algorithm was 12 trillion parameters. Some people may have heard of GPT-3, which is this language algorithm, and everybody's minds exploded because it was 150 billion parameters. The recommendation models are an order of magnitude larger. The biggest ones are in the tens of trillions of parameters now, which means these algorithms are learning things about what is most compelling for users that is very difficult for us to understand. And the fear is that it is learning things, it's learning what is most engaging, what is most stimulating, and that set of things that are most engaging and most stimulating might also overlap with the set of kind of extremist content that we in the security community are most worried about. There's a lot of public interest to have that concern about what these algorithms are doing, but unfortunately we don't have a great way of looking inside these algorithms at the moment, which means we need a much better way of studying them and beginning to understand exactly what effects they have and whether this narrative of, the algorithm has kind of learned what's most engaging, most stimulating, and it's learned to present more and more extremist content for individuals, whether or not that is actually true. In the CAPI working group I co-led, we did some research into that. There's a lot we can share on that, but I'm going to turn it back to you now to lay in or dig into that question of what.
No, thank you. So, Aaron, as far as this, as Chris has kind of laid out, there's a little bit of this common sense understanding or assumption that these content recommendation algorithms drive people towards ever more extreme information. That's the path to radicalization. But what is the current state of research about the linkages between content sorting algorithms and radicalization?
Yeah, and maybe just to start with how complex this is when Chris says the word CAPI. I was in a CAPI working group. It's not a cult. It stood for Content Sharing Algorithms, Processes, and Positive Interventions, because even titling what we're talking about, saying algorithms sounds really easy, but even unpacking exactly what we're talking about in this space is really important, because an algorithm can be any input-output with a user-facing interface. We're not talking about what makes a logo blue or the filter you put to make yourself look cuter. We're talking about algorithms that have ads targeting involved, algorithms that help filter your search results. So these are very specific algorithms that have concern. And I think for GIFCT, it was recognizing that there's this increasing concern from governments, researchers, some technologists and human rights activists about these potential links between algorithms and amplifying processes of radicalization towards violence. And we see that even in some of the language being developed around the world, where legislation is now starting to look at that, which poses great concern to make sure we get this right. And so I think for our role, it was to say, okay, what is the data really showing? And where can we do risk mitigation, and where can we be involved in possibly even developing tools that might go around that? The data, to get at another complexity, we had a researcher that sadly couldn't be with us today, but Dr. Jaz Rawa worked with us and sat across 3 working groups just to try to tackle the quote-unquote algorithm question. She had to sit across legal frameworks, transparency, and technical approaches, because an algorithmic query from a technologist is going to look very different from a legislator or very different from somebody looking at transparency reporting and how to even be transparent about an algorithm. We're not actually looking at source code. We're trying to understand this qualitative relation with the algorithm. So the research does show, when we look at the GIFCT community of experts, the research does not indicate that an algorithmic process provides a clear one-stop explanation for a process of radicalization towards violence. We see few to none cases of what we would call auto-radicalization. But we do know that these processes, once you start having an interface and training a system of what your preferences are, it can come across and build with you and build more of what you want to see, which in some cases could involve more extreme content if that's what you're querying. There were some studies that actually also showed that when you look at your offline echo chambers, most of us don't go out of our way to find people that disagree with us politically, philosophically, or religiously. And there was some really good research on social media platforms that, in theory and technically, you are exposed to more divergent views in your streams of newsfeed. You just usually scroll past them and don't engage with them. And so it's a human process in some of that weeding out. And there was some good, what we would call for the research community is Dr. Joe Whitaker did an empirical analysis of the research that does exist where researchers are largely looking at white supremacy trends or what people would call far-right extremism, and found that it was very hard to take that research and make it scalable or to repeat it, because in essence, your query, if we queried the same thing at the same time, our results would be different. And it's because of our interface. It has to do with the time of day, our location, our relation with the cookies and everything else, all these different variables. So it's very hard to do kind of replicable research in the space. What we do see is that there is an increasing interplay where, and nobody likes to hear this, but the research shows we can't just box things online and offline. And actually, when you look at younger generations, this online-offline dynamic seems pretty obsolete. I'm talking to you now in person. I'm going to mention an article, probably will, send you a URL link to it later saying just following up. Which part of these dynamics are online versus offline is really hard to disentangle, especially as we become so fluent in how we engage online. And so it's going to take a more holistic 360 approach to disentangle which bits are adding to amplifying extremism. And there are tactics for risk mitigation. So things like not just the binary of leave up, take down, but getting at things like being able to label for downranking, demonetizing, age gating, putting sensitivity markers. There are a suite of tools that are being developed so that it doesn't have to be about just over censorship or no censorship. But the other thing research pointed to is if we really look at where you can see some violent extremist online squatters, if you will, a lot of these further smaller, less regulated platforms have zero algorithmic amplification. They are just beacons where people go because they know they won't be censored, they won't be moderated. And so if we look at some of the most contentious platforms that don't like coming to the table, that are free speech or bust and have very little regulation, we do find violent extremist groups going there because they know they won't be censored, and it's not because of the algorithmic amplification. So this is a hard space.
Yeah. Well, and I'll just chime in that so many of the social media services that flag themselves as free speech or bust actually have their own sets of content policies and things that they won't allow, but maybe don't take the same kind of action against extremist political viewpoints or calls for violence. Daphne, I want to bring you in on some of these conversations around the kind of the mitigation measures, or in the conversation about the relationship between content recommendation algorithms and radicalization. Where do you see the human rights risks coming up? What concerns arise in that conversation?
Sure. So I think it's a lot of the same concerns that you have with every other content moderation question. So we see the same questions coming up if you're talking about taking down copyright infringement, taking down hate speech in the EU, and so forth. And there's sort of a recurring pattern of issues that are relevant here and relevant there. So one is the pattern of over-removal, when there's a stack of empirical research about platforms removing too much content if they fear legal risk to themselves. That has this obvious human rights concern about free expression and due process or fair process. But to put it in a security lens, it also, the classic response if your content is removed inappropriately by a platform is you feel angry, you feel disenfranchised, you feel disempowered. If you think they did it at behest of a government, maybe you feel disempowered within your country. These are also risk factors for radicalization. This thing empirically that is a problem with over-removal is not just a human rights issue, it's also a security issue. Similarly, we see evidence in regular content or other kinds of content moderation where deploying artificial intelligence models to moderate content can lead to disparate impact, where certain people are being silenced more than other people, like people speaking African American English being silenced more than people speaking white American English. That is an issue that is both a human rights issue about equality and fairness, and again, also a security issue. If you are a Muslim teenager in Brussels and you feel that you've been silenced unfairly because of your religion or because of your ethnicity and you don't have adequate recourse, that is not a good setup for human rights or for security. Finally, there's something that I think is pretty specific to the radicalization context. And I didn't find any research on this when I looked at the empirical research 3 or 4 years ago when I was writing about this, but maybe it exists now, which is the question of whether within the discussion among people who are at risk of radicalization, the moderate voices who might have, talked people down or who are respected voices within their own communities, if those are the people being silenced, that all, by this error, by over-removal, that also leads to problems that are both human rights problems and security problems. So I think there's just a really important set of empirical questions about what sets of pressures and obligations on platforms lead to the good result, the intended result of taking down, well, we might differ on what the intended result is, but let's say taking down content that contributes to a real world risk of violence or to a population feeling terrorized. Getting to that good result and avoiding the bad result is a matter of careful calibration, and we don't necessarily have the data and information to make that calibration in an intelligent way at this point.
Which is a beautiful segue to the next session of our discussion, which is in fact about those gaps in the research and the open questions. So just an open question to the panelists. What are, in this sphere of research that is messy, it's complicated, a lot of competing variables and confounding variables, and a lot of potential unintended consequences and really big downsides to different types of interventions, what are the questions you are most interested in addressing? What are some of the kind of key open questions that you would like to tackle or see someone tackle?
Well, there's a lot, but I think there's two in particular. And I think the first is, what is the impact of different users, and by users I mean like their user attributes, user behaviors on a platform. What is the impact of users on the algorithm? And then the second question is, as the algorithm shifts, what is the impact of an algorithm on users on a platform? And both of those questions have different, open up different potential pathways for researching them. That first question of user attributes and behaviors and the way that they kind of impact an algorithm, that's a really important one, and I want to be really careful to kind of specify that most platforms don't actually explicitly collect much like demographic information about a given user, right? Like you can go on Twitter just giving your email address or a phone number. And so what they know about you is really your behaviors, right? Like what you've done online. And we want to understand what the relationship is between your user behavior and user attributes and the performance of a given algorithm, because that's how we know, Daphne just mentioned disparate impacts. That's the only way we will know about disparate impacts, is if a certain class of user behaves a given way on a platform and gets different results from the recommendation algorithm than another class of user that does the same thing, then we know that there's something going on there. There's some kind of preferential or differential treatment of users in terms of what impact their behavior and attributes are having on the algorithm. And the only way to do that is to really be able to study user behavior on a platform. That leads into a separate discussion maybe we can get into in terms of how to do that. And I think there's a lot of opportunity with synthetic account or synthetic data and other kind of privacy preserving ways of doing that. The second question is also equally interesting, which is just this question of what impact do algorithms have on individual users? This is an equally vital question, obviously, right? If we're worried about recommendation algorithms and what impact they may have on extremism, we really need to answer this question. This question, I'm not really sure synthetic data is going to get you an answer to, right? Because it's out of distribution if you do it that way. And there are ways of kind of doing joint experimental designs, but it would require different kinds of independent researcher access than have traditionally happened. But those are the two questions, to my mind, that we really, we're a decade plus into this, and we're just beginning to scratch the surface of how to answer them.
I mean, jumping in on some of this is also a question of agency. And if you have increasingly a dialogue terrorist content, we can find definitions around it. We might not all agree on definitions, different governments. Check out the definitional frameworks and principles microsite we just launched to look and compare it, government definitions and lists and a lot of those issues. But at least we're in a little better space of saying, okay, if we are seeing this overtly designated terrorist content, it's not a question of downranking, it's a question of removal because it's largely illegal content in many respects. When we start getting at extremism or pathways of radicalization, a lot of dialogues are starting to look at what we call gray area content. If you think defining terrorism is hard, oh my gosh, I know the EU Internet Forum is going to try to tackle some of this and get us into this space, but there's also when we talk about quote unquote lawful but awful content, if you are a user and that is what you want to consume and it is not illegal and it is not policy violating, how much do you want a private company to go in and paternally monitor and dissuade you from that type of content? This is a big discussion. And a lot of companies do take policies that go above and beyond legal due diligence according to a nation state. They do go further on hate speech or bullying and harassment or violence and incitement that is not necessarily explicitly illegal, but is about the safety of their community. But when we start talking about extreme content, there's a lot more work that needs to be done about how do you cultivate a policy around it. Because even if you're downranking or demonetizing, you really need to have a policy that is explainable, defendable, and scalable to let a user know why their content might have been downranked or demonetized. And when you start getting into that gray area speech, it is very localized. It is language and culture and location specific. Hate speech is really difficult in different parts of the world, and it is ephemeral. So when you look at the adversarial shifts of how some of these violent extremist groups are using symbols, slogans, and slurs to dissuade and still give dog whistle symbols, this is a cat and mouse. And the technology, if we're looking at algorithmic solutions, it is still the case that tools help us get to scale and speed. It can help us give a little taxonomy, flag a proactive user behavior that might be suspicious or violating, trigger if something sees hate speech to just proactively review it. Even in hate speech, people use self-referential slurs all the time. People make death threats all the time in jest. It's very hard to read tone, but at least these tools can help us. These tools help us with scale and speed, but it still takes a huge amount of human nuance and understanding if we're going to start applying things to some of that gray area. So I think that is one of the big questions. And the second is just when we talk about what does algorithmic transparency look like? It's not source code. Most people wouldn't know what to do with that, or if they did, that'd probably be a security threat if we just hand that over to people. We're talking about building a better language between tech company and consumer about explaining processes and decision-making both by humans and technology. And I would encourage people to look at the variety of tech company transparency reports to just see where that sits, because tech companies, large and small, have different capacities to give nuance to those reports, but they have evolved a lot in the last 5 years. They need to evolve more, as always, and I know that Dr. Courtney Ratch did a piece on us about transparency that we'll be talking about in the working group session, but we're also going to be working with Chris Beal from CG on the logistics of what meaningful transparency is, because there's nothing worse than getting a lot of engineer and data support time and having them produce this data point and saying, look at this beautiful number, and then researchers are like, that's not what I was looking for, that doesn't help me, it's useless to me. And so actually understanding what transparency data is meaningful to different audiences and how to cultivate that is extremely important.
Or even more so in response to tech companies publishing data or information or data points, I don't trust that, right? Or I can't verify that independently, so what does that mean? I'd love to bring in Daphne on this question of transparency, and how do you think about the kinds of transparency that could actually help in answering some of these questions?
Well, I would like the people in the room to to tell us that answer. A lot of us, sorry about whatever I just kicked, a lot of us have been asking for better platform transparency for years. And this amazing window of political opportunity has come about where transparency mandates are coming, or they have already arrived in the DSA. But for those of us who have maybe a window of opportunity to influence coming transparency mandates, it is so important to figure out what to ask for. And the number of things to potentially ask for are infinite. Transparency can mean notice with detailed information to the affected user. It can mean publishing aggregate data, as in platforms' current transparency reports. It can mean allowing researchers into the company to have special access to data held by the company. It can mean authorizing scraping. And any of those things can serve different purposes. They might be useful for different research goals, and any of them will raise different complications. And so there are a couple of pieces to plug in. I feel like my piece to plug in is flagging the complications, right? Because I'm a lawyer. I'm a pessimist. I see the problems in everything. But the thing that I think a lot of other people in this room can plug in is identifying the needs and getting really concrete about exactly what kind of transparency is the kind that will serve a productive policy goal. But as the lawyer, flagging the issues, one of the biggest ones is around user privacy. As a couple of people have mentioned, if you want to second guess or have an independent review of how platforms are moderating content and know if there's disparate impact or know if there are errors and what the pattern of errors is, you have to see what the content is. And sometimes you have to see who the user was in order for you as an independent researcher looking at company data to be able to assess it and provide, keep the platforms from grading their own homework. But a lot of that data is private. It's posts that were privately shared on Facebook. It is information that the platform knows at the back end about people, but that isn't publicly disclosed. Even in sharing the aggregate data that a lot of researchers ask for, there's actually a whole lot of potential to figure out who individuals are within aggregate data sets, as has been demonstrated repeatedly and rather embarrassingly by researchers who can do things like figure out what you watched on Netflix based on aggregate data. This is in the past, so hopefully you're not vulnerable to this, but based on aggregate data released by Netflix. That privacy piece is also, by the way, a surveillance piece, right? If this information that previously would not have been available to governments is now available because of transparency mandates, that's a thing to think about. If the way in which the information is provided changes the legal protections for user data under the Fourth Amendment in the US or legislation in the US or the analogs in other countries, that is very consequential. And it's consequential not just for the governments that we may be rooting for in fights against serious extremism and threats of violence, but also for all the other governments out there who may want this data for purposes that we feel much less comfortable with. So I think there's just It's complicated. Is that what you led with also? It's complicated, but it's important, and we have the people in the room to answer these questions.
Yep. And just to underscore Daphne's point, those conversations are happening in very real ways right now. So the European Union is talking through not only how to understand and operationalize the exemption for access to company-held data for research under the GDPR, the Global Data Protection Regulation, but also how to implement the new Article 31 of the Digital Services Act that will actually require companies to hand over some data for research. There's a lot of institutions that need to be built to operationalize this. There are a lot of questions, as Daphne has just been outlining, about user privacy, government surveillance, and what even is the data companies have so that researchers can have a sense of what are the questions that we can ask, what are the good sort of applications for research study that you could put through one of these systems. But these systems are actively being developed in Europe. They're being debated in US legislation. They're happening different places around the world. So we are at, I think, a really interesting moment of momentum while we still have all of these questions. Speaking of questions, we would love questions from the audience. So folks in the room, please do line up behind the mics and we'll go to the questions from our online folks who are hopefully clicking that Slido link and adding their questions in as well. I also did want to put in one plug as I'm waiting for people to line up for questions for a resource that my organization, Center for Democracy and Technology, put together called Making Transparency Meaningful, a framework for policymakers that outlines some of these different categories that Daphne was talking about, of different ways to think about transparency and how that can help you understand more what are our different public policy goals with transparency and what kinds of things could we be asking for from tech companies and also, I'd flag, from governments about their role in all of this.
Hey, can I plug something too?
Please do.
I put together a Senate testimony on transparency mandates and on these privacy and surveillance questions that I was just talking about in May, and I recently turned it into a long, detailed, thorough lawfare post. So if anybody wants the more long, detailed, thorough version of this, that's where it is.
So I will turn to one of our questions from the online viewers, which is, how is GIFCT practically supporting platforms with transparency, both in terms of transparency reporting and accountability towards users? Guessing that's mostly for
I'll field that one. So I think, first of all, just for a company to join us, there's a 6-point criteria baseline to join. And one of those points is that you have to have at least an annual transparency report. And that seems relatively easy to somebody that's never worked at a tech company before. But actually, if you are a company and you have never done this, it takes quite a long time sometimes, and it takes a lot of relevant data. It takes engineer support, data science support, policy support, definitely a few lawyers in the room. And it is quite labor intensive if you're a smaller startup or organization, or even a bigger company that hasn't had to do this before. We rely a lot on our partnership with Tech Against Terrorism, who act as an independent mentoring body. So we don't want to have biases in reviewing. And so Tech Against Terrorism work one-on-one with tech companies and really help build out what their transparency reports could include. And we've made sure that on our membership resource guide, we have links to all our member companies' transparency reports just for researchers or oftentimes other tech companies to click through and see how it's been done before. Social media is going to look different to file sharing is going to look different to e-finance and pay. What is included in a transparency report might look very different. Usually a baseline for a tech company has often started just with legal requirements of where governments requested data through legal processes. So that might be a starting point for a tech company. Just to note for audience, it takes quite a long time for a tech company to be advanced enough to give harm-specific data on takedowns and removals, because it means you have a pipeline of removals that has labels specific to that harm line to even have that data point. So you're looking at how you start with a baseline to get the idea of transparency on an annual basis, and then providing those guidelines of what more nuance as you build out transparency could be. And it is often how you pair data points with qualitative analysis. And for example, in my time working with Meta, I remember there was one quarter where there was a big spike in terrorist content removals. If you are an audience, you might think, great, terrorists just love that platform more that quarter. And in fact, it was that we'd launched a technology that was able to go back in time and find older content better. So there was a massive spike in proactive removals. So that's an example where numbers alone really don't tell us the entirety. So it's about working with tech companies of pairing that quantitative data with the qualitative insight needed to understand why that data sits in that state. And so that's some of it. And the working group that we have is also constantly not just holding tech companies to account to try to get pathways to more transparency, but even GIFCT. We manage a hash sharing database. There is concern that that could lead to over-censorship. And so just iterations of our working group are giving us feedback on how we can be more transparent in how we work with tech companies.
I will take the opportunity to make the request for all companies who are using the GIFCT database to help them identify material that's been hashed and stored in the database, is to let your users know if their content is coming down because of its inclusion in that database. That's the only way that people will ever know if there is a mistake or wrongful inclusion of their content in that database. It's a whole debate, but I'm just taking moderator's prerogative to make that repeated request. We are very short on time. I don't see any requests questions at the microphone. So I will, sorry, do I see questions at the microphone? Anjum's going. Okay, great.
Kia ora, Anjum Rahman, I'm from New Zealand. One of the things that we're seeing a lot is these targeted attempts to silence minority communities, right? And we've talked earlier today about the sophistication of these people to maneuver around the algorithms. And so while we have all these concerns around privacy, around protecting free speech and so on, the harms are very real, and it's not just with losing your voice because these people are targeting you. It is in that lawful and awful space. It's also the volume. So it's not just that it's awful, but there's this huge volume that makes it really hard. So I don't know, like even having the transparency reports, what action then happens after that, right? To me, that's a crucial part of it. It's not just enough to ask for transparency. Once you have that, what next? Like, how do we feel safe to be online?
I mean, I would say that part of the point of the transparency is to pass better laws. If we have lawmakers who don't have a foundation of accurate information about the problem and about how different responses do or do not help to remedy the problem, we will wind up with laws that push in the wrong direction. And so, in a way that is a horribly slow answer, right? That's not an answer that helps people who are being targeted online right this second. But hopefully it is a response that helps governments and democracies move toward rules that actually address the situations better. I would also add, and maybe I'm like saying Emma's lines for her, but the information tells civil society what to push on and what to yell at platforms about. And so I do think there's also this more immediate feedback loop. In some cases, of course, civil society has been yelling about these things all along because they know perfectly well what the problems are because they're talking to people on the ground. But having, verifiable data to point to helps in pressuring platforms.
So we are getting the visual signals of stop talking because the next thing coming up is lunch. But before we do, I would love to ask each of our panelists to just reflect really quickly on what actions do you most want to see in this area of better understanding the drivers of radicalization, improving tech company transparency in the next year, whether it's from tech companies, from governments, or from GIFCT itself. Maybe I'll start with Erin.
Yeah, this is hard, which we will keep saying and will continue to say. If it was easy, we would have solved it a million years ago. But I think my plug would be to continue having engagement from a multi-stakeholder community, whether that's in a GIFCT working group or us going and engaging with the EU Internet Forum or the Christchurch Call to Action. We each have a role to play, and it's not about a blame game, although it's much easier to start pointing fingers and we divulge into that. We need our collective capacities and expertise working together, not because it's a nice, cute thing to do to meet up here, but because it's really the only way to be impactful, to fully understand the threat and take meaningful action. Because the perspective of what law enforcement sees versus a policymaker when they see gaps versus an actual person in a tech company seeing the data versus civil society on the ground saying this is what hate and violent extremism looks like. That is all parts of the same pie to be effective. And just any one of our sectors working in isolation is blind to those other crucial aspects of information. So just a continued drive to come to the table and work together, which does not mean we always have to agree. Multi-stakeholderism is not about unanimous consensus, but even understanding why a concern is that way for law enforcement versus a human rights activist helps us at least mediate that risk and build on a stronger platform.
I'll go with transparency from actors other than platforms, because we're getting a lot of push for platform transparency, and that's wonderful. But there's also a great need for government transparency, for example, so that users know if their post was removed at the initiative of government, outside of the context of an ongoing investigation and so forth. And GIFCT transparency, which I'm very glad to see is in the works. But because we have mechanisms for accountability from government, which, work some of the time, and we have mechanisms for accountability from platforms, which haven't worked that much so far, but they're getting there. But GIFCT and other entities that kind of fall in the gaps in between, we don't have mechanisms for society to seek that transparency. And so it's very good to see that GIFCT is taking initiative on that.
Yeah, I would just build on what was said earlier and really stress the need for independent data or independent researcher access to data and outputs. In particular, these models, again, are so large that you can't really interpret them. You don't really understand how they work. The only real way you'll be able to do that is to investigate for a given set of inputs, what kind of outputs are you getting and what impact do those seem to have. And I think there's ways we can do that that are privacy preserving, and it'd be great to explore that in more depth in the coming year.
And just add to that I would hope that all of the companies in the room or listening online can start thinking about what are your code books? What are your ways of thinking and talking about what data you could make available in different circumstances to independent researchers, because the obligation to do that is coming, at least for those of you who operate in Europe, and it's going to be a long, difficult technical process that will require you to talk a lot to your legal teams. And so the more that you can start thinking about and working towards that outcome now, I think the better the entire sector will be, because we'll have some of those really important, difficult, and incredibly pedantic issues worked out and can build on top of those with some really important research, as we've been hearing about from all our great panelists today. So with that, I will wrap up and stop keeping you all from lunch. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for the morning session of the GIFCT Global Summit. We will now proceed to lunch and will return to this room at 4 p.m. following the breakout sessions and a final coffee break.
moments of relaxation. And the greater the man, the greater the movie. 2,000 people watch me every night. Have an inferiority complex, haven't you?
And take a seat so you can get your eyeline.
Yeah, cool. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, so we're going to follow his foot here.
And then, yeah. Cool. Bam, bam, bam. That's it. Like there's, yeah, it's pretty brief.
So when we get here, then we can just go back. So
This is the last slide. Oh, sorry. Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. So easy.
Pretty simple. Yeah, cool. Actually, can I go backwards at all?
Let's go back slide.
Can we go backwards to just the really messy slide?
Back.
That one. I just want to see what I can read from here. That one. Perfect. Cool. That's actually pretty legible. It's meant to be messy, but yeah.
Do you want us to increase the size?
Oh,
so
sure.
You don't turn behind you. We'd love to see your face.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no problem.
So can we go ahead and drag it over?
Yeah, great. Perfect.
Yeah, cool. He says that's lovely.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I think that's it. Yeah.
That's it.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Really.
New York the greatest city in the world? You know, you've got people who are coming from all over the world to this city.
Welcome back for our final session. Please welcome Evelyn Dueck and fellow speakers.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So as I've been walking around today, there's been some joking about who has the hardest panel. I would like to humbly submit it's us. Not only are we the last in the day, but we have the very defined and easy topic of countering terrorism and violent extremism across the internet, which I thought was kind of the thing today, but we've got 45 minutes now to wrap up everything and put a nice bow on it. And luckily, though, we do have four excellent panelists to guide us through that process and make sure we solve it all. Going down the line, so we've got Evie Brown from Discord here. This is Josh Parecki from Zoom, Costa Lucas from Draw History, and you know Nick Rasmussen, of course. I'm going to open it up to them to start so that give their perspectives. One of the goals of this panel today is to show that this is a diverse problem for tech industry. We talk about this a lot as a sort of a monolith, and seeing how different companies and different platforms, how this manifests differently across the internet. So let's go down to Evie first.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. My name is Evie Brown. I lead the counter extremism team over at Discord. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work my team does and how it intersects with GIFCT's mission. So my team's work primarily consists of identifying potential extremist users, groups, and servers, and developing novel ways to interrupt extremists' ability to build community around their ideology, share extremist content, and organize real-world violence. Finding, removing, and interrupting extremist actors' presence on Discord requires leveraging signal from different sources. The signal our team relies on can be split into two broad yet overlapping categories of reactive and proactive. We respond to and rely on user reports of potential extremist activity as one signal among many to locate content and behavior that violates our policies around violent extremism. Additionally, we collaborate with law enforcement to investigate these potential bad actors. And the second broad category our work falls into is proactive, wherein we leverage tools developed by our engineering and data science teams. We partner with third-party orgs like GIFCT and Tech Against Terrorism, and we reflect with experts from across academia and civil society to locate potential bad activity before a user flags it. So it's a little bit about the work my team does. If you have any further interest in reading about it, there's some more info in our transparency reports about what kind of content we're removing and spaces and things like that. So I'd encourage you to check that out. I'll talk a little bit about our relationship with GIFCT and some related orgs. GIFCT's work has been instrumental to effectively mitigating extremist capacity to organize on our platform. First, the GNet reports and insights have been excellent training tools for my team to understand the dynamic patterns of how extremist groups, ideologies, lexicons, and symbols shift, and for developing awareness around emerging trends in the extremism space. Their org has also been an excellent facilitator of access to academics and researchers who study Discord, who are engaged in research around these topics on our platform and other connected platforms. And then finally, of course, there is the Slack channel that a lot of the member companies are engaged in, where they share situational awareness updates, which have proven to be very invaluable in our proactive and reactive efforts to remove content connected to a specific instance of real-world violence, and have just generally helped us stay aware of potential threats connected to specific groups. I think I still have okay, yeah, I've got a few more minutes. Sorry. So the last thing I want to talk about is addressing extremism at scale on Discord requires thinking through the ways in which the abuse we're trying to prevent is always already connected to abuse across multiple platforms. As GIFCT's Aaron Saltman noted recently, online terrorism and violent extremism are cross-platform and transnational by nature. This dynamic has only intensified over time as larger platforms have learned how to more effectively deplatform extremist actors, pushing them towards both alt-tech platforms with less oversight and a cross-platform approach as a way to mitigate the impact platform moderation strategies have on their efforts. While platforms can develop effective technical solutions to assess off-platform connections to their own platform, addressing multi-platform abuse could benefit from further collaboration across organizations. Developing further avenues of communication around these extremist trends that threat investigators and content moderators are seeing on these platforms, and of the role other platforms play in these activities could be a useful way to address this trend. I think further improvements in the hashing technology would also benefit this approach. Looking to improve the ability to detect minor alterations without concurrent high false positive rates. And I think that is where I will cut it.
Great, excellent. So we're just going in alphabetical order. So Costa, would you mind taking it on?
Well, sure. Yeah, no problem. Hi, everyone. My name's Costa. I'm from Australia, as you can probably tell, and Nick very embarrassingly shouted me out as traveling the longest. So I appreciate being flown all the way over here, 30 hours of flying, 13-hour time difference, to be put on the graveyard shift for the hardest topic imaginable. So you're good friend. Yeah, that's right. But you know what? Yeah, it actually makes me feel like I'm contributing. So really privileged to be sitting in front of you all today. I just want to quickly shout out the two Sarahs for getting me here. That was such a massive endeavor. I, at various points, thought I was going to have to pull the plug on the trip because of reasons outside of all of our control. So thanks for sticking with me and for putting up with every incessant email that I was sending through. So like a nerd, I've put together a bit of a slide deck because I'm just used to it. I teach as well. And I thought, well, if I'm in the graveyard shift, I may as well spice things up, include some GIFs in my presentation. So what do we need to counter terrorism and extremism and terrorism on the internet? So as you can see, Parks and Rec GIF. If you can't read it, it says, I'm having so many thoughts and feelings right now, I'm paralyzed right now. And that's how I felt seeing that question. So I thought, well, let's just start there. I had to think about, well, why am I so paralyzed by that question? And I thought, well, where the hell do I start with such a huge question? And I bring a very specific experience to this space. So I thought, all right, relax, stick to what you know, as some of the best writers say, and just start with what my lens is. So I just wanted to quickly talk about what lens I'm bringing to this conversation. So I would consider the way I look at things from a sort of high-level civil society prevention-focused lens. I've been doing this for about 12 years. I kind of grew up in this space professionally. I don't know how young or old you think I am, but I still consider myself pretty young in this space and have a lot to learn. But yeah, I've been doing it for 12 years, so there's a lot I feel like I can share now. I've been in the PCVE space, and I straddle policy, academic, community, and private roles. So again, I'm not necessarily a specialist in any of those things. I'm more of a translator and transistor across those different spaces. And my work mainly concerns the Australian and APAC contexts, and sometimes other Anglophonic contexts like the UK, US, and parts of Europe. And my perspective, I guess from a really loose disciplinary perspective, is one rooted in social research, systems thinking, and kind of asset-based community development approaches. So hopefully that just gives you a bit of a sense of who I am and how I look at this massive issue. So the next slide really was me trying to capture my thoughts. So it's messy. It's a messy canvas of experiences, learnings, and ideas that I hope provide a bit of a spark for conversation this afternoon. And given the time, I won't be leaving this up there, but always happy to distribute it, always happy to self-promote. So I guess if I had to sort of emphasize one thing about this point is I kept coming back to this central kind of thought where crises are punctuations along a continuum of connected social phenomena, and prevention needs to happen on either side of these, and we're lagging collectively. So a lot of the conversation today has been focused on crisis points, and for very good reason, obviously. But we are looking at a very sharp point in a very long pattern of behavior, and aftercare is more than just wash-ups and debriefs. It's actually about how do we put the pieces back together in the context that are destroyed by these happenings. So every time I would have a thought about, oh, okay, this could happen in the youth space, this could happen in the community engagement space, this could happen if we looked at counter-speech speech programs differently, it all kind of revolved back to this central point. So just in terms of how that map is kind of organized, it's just some of the key thinking, key provocations for each sphere that I've intersected with, and in the boxes are just some of the examples that I'm sort of attached to as well. I won't go into those in too much detail right now. Hopefully it comes up in some of the questions that you ask. So in that sort of messy nebula of problems and just ideas and thoughts and experiences, I kind of was thinking, well, what's kind of my diagnosis? And then I came back to this quote around desire, funnily enough. So the Deleuzian conceptualization of desire is not a psychic existence, not lack, but an active and positive reality, an affirmative vital force. So this to me, actually, I don't know how much any of you know about Deleuze, but he talks about desire in a very sort of anti-Freudian way, where it's not about filling a void, it's actually about actively building towards something. And to me, it kind of reveals this sort of prevention paradox, where we have to empower towards a goal in order to empower against certain influences. So there is a paradox inherent in that, because you're kind of leaning into something in order to avoid something else. So what is that thing that we are actually leaning into or building towards? That's my central question. And just to be light and fuzzy on an afternoon, I thought, well, what are our strengths collectively? I'm crushingly aware I'm in a room of intimidatingly brilliant people. And so the last thing I want to do is actually lecture to people today. But I also want to sort of put a call to action out, or a bit of a remind ourselves that our strength is our people in the GIFCT, the staff, the IAC, this sort of concerned extended network of practitioners and people doing things in their own right. We have all the resources, perspectives, and skills to co-design, co-create, and co-nurture a healthier digital world. So it's not enough to prevent, is the sort of the long and short of what I think. It's an aspect of it. And even though prevention is one of the arms of the GIFCT, I have views on how we look at that in a very particular way, and I'd love to evolve that. So that's then caused me to put out to all of us, what is the world that we're actually trying to build towards? Because when I do the work in the community level, again, a bit of a socio-ecological model of like putting people at the center of these considerations. For me, programs go really well when these sorts of aspects line up with the key partners in all of this. So, when we're working with people on the ground, I think, when I see it work, it's when that person I'm working with thinks, how do I create the impact I think is right? People have a very, very strong sense of purpose. And I'm doing some other research in purpose at the moment around the source and practice of purpose. And what we're learning already is that people would rather be empowered to do what they think is right, rather than join like a purpose-driven organization that kind of aligns with the mission. It's actually about being empowered to and supported and mentored into exploring your own idea of what you think is right. In terms of the CSOs and including academia here, we will help you thrive and support you towards your goal. And I said thrive and not survive towards your goal, because when we're working with community, we get so sort of hunkered down in this idea that we're just trying to help communities survive. No, we're helping people thrive, and they have aspirations beyond just living above the poverty line. And that's how we should approach our work. In terms of the social media companies themselves, when they come to us with an attitude of we'll give you the tools that you need for and show you how to use them effectively, that's when things work really well. And then in terms of the governing bodies, and I've included international NGOs in here because, they're the closest thing to a global government, as conspiracy theorists, constantly are scared of. when they come to us and approach our work we will scout ahead and work with you to navigate hazards and shortcuts. That's when things actually start to move. So I just wanted to provide that as a bit of a framework of my experience of how, when things look successful from a programming perspective. So I'll leave it there. I'll pass over to Josh, I believe. And actually, I'll let Evelyn tell you who's next. But thank you for your time. And I look forward to actually continuing the conversation.
Yeah, so it is.
I think, is it me? Can I?
It is, Josh. I'd love your Deleuzian analysis from Zoom of the problem that we're facing. Thank you.
I learned that in therapy.
Yeah. Well, it's. I have two comments. One is it's dangerous to hand me a microphone. At least that's what my wife tells me. And then the second is it's really hard to follow that. But I really liked. I think it was like slide 21. Which was sort of the which was the slide about like sort of the idea of the value of working with GIFCT. So, but before I go there, let me talk a little bit about myself and a little bit about Zoom and our journey. I am painfully aware of time because I do feel like, having the chance for Evelyn to ask me really hard questions or my co-panelists to ask me really hard questions or you all is more valuable than hearing me drone on and on. See first comment about me and Mike. So anyway, I'm Josh Parecki. I'm the head of trust and safety at Zoom, Associate General Counsel. What does that mean at Zoom? Well, Zoom is a communications platform. Generally, it involves folks speaking with one another, either in a video conference or like in small groups. Our mode of communication is about 2 people per participant in communication. And so when we think about Zoom and we think about our users, we're always cognizant for putting them at the center. And so what does that mean? Because we've heard today a lot of different phrases, a lot of different words, and I sort of wish I had a word cloud. I don't know if we can go across the recordings and do a word cloud, but I think one of the middle words, the biggest word I would see would be hard. I've heard that just echoed over and over and over again. And it's true. This is hard work. And it's hard work across the internet. So whether you're sort of a company on the edge, which is your sort of Metas and YouTubes, where they have persistent content that is amplified, or a platform like Zoom, where we don't really have persistent content and we don't amplify. Our content is largely ephemeral and it's living room conversations, right? Or boardroom conversations. That doesn't absolve us of responsibility, of course. If bad people are using our platform to plot really bad things, we have an obligation to try to do our best to prevent that, because our obligation, again, is to our users. And we care for our users, and we care for the communities in which our users live, work, and play all over the world. And people do that in different ways, and we want to encourage their ability to have free communication. Meetings like the GIFCT, for example, having those meetings, like we don't really want Zoom to be in the middle of those meetings and content moderate what Nick has to say or shut me up because I've had the microphone too long. And so our approach at Zoom sort of reflects that balance towards preserving the communication and that closed loop conversations. Now, Zoom, though, was used dramatically differently beginning in about March of 2020 in a way that we didn't really anticipate. And so as a result, we had to adjust our approach. Rather than just being largely business to business or small communication or small conversations between friends and boardrooms, et cetera, people started using it to put on events like this, quite frankly. And the first, iteration of Zoom in April and May and June of 2020 was everybody was holding a massive meeting on the meetings platform, and they were posting their links on Twitter, and that would invite pretty much anybody to participate no matter what that person's intent might be in the meeting. And that was really problematic for us and for our users. And so we really had to flex to adjust to that, both in response to calls from law enforcement around the world, because users were being victimized by things like child sexual abuse material and terrorist content, which was blasted in the middle of their meetings. So we had to develop a whole framework around law enforcement, and we had to develop a whole framework around trust and safety, sort of like authorized use standards. We call them community standards, in our in our current framework. We also had to do some of the things I think that that companies need to think about, which are develop a transparency report. But I think, and I really appreciated the section on transparency reporting earlier and how complicated it is, because in order to put forth a good transparency report, or at least the best one we can at the time, you really have to think about how your data flows. And that includes the data in terms of what the requests look like and from whom. So a lot of smaller companies, when they get started, you just have an email inbox. And you just get emails from all over the place, from everyone around the world, asking for data about your users. So you have to figure out how to organize that, structure it, and then develop the pipelines for purposes of like illustrating it in a meaningful way for folks to take a look at it. And the consumers of that are obviously the privacy community, obviously human rights and researchers. But, for us, it's also our customers. It's our enterprise customers, for example. It's our regular customers that want to know, like, what are we doing? Are we handing over a lot of content to governments around the world? So our focus was really on putting together a set of rules and putting together a transparency report, and then building all the technology and foundation that would make that work. And then once that technology and foundation was built, how can we move to the next level? And the next level for us is, how do we proactively detect without getting into people's business? Meaning, like, how do we proactively detect bad stuff without getting in the middle of somebody's meeting? And so let me then transition really quickly to GIFCT and why I see so much value in our relationship with GIFCT and other organizations like the Tech Coalition, which we have a representative from here today. And that is like finding, and your slide 21 illustrates this really well. Yes, exactly. Finding a group of people that are mission-oriented to really try to do this the right way, but also prevent real harm. And having the stakeholders, I think, that are included in GIFCT are invaluable to that effort. And for us to really think hard about how we might do that in the context of what our users expect from us, because we're not YouTube, and we're not Discord, and we're not Meta. We operate differently, and our users have a different expectation for how they operate in our environment. And so partnering with you very, very smart people and the rest of the community to figure out how to do that well in a way that's both privacy preserving, human rights preserving, and and championing free expression is really important to us at Zoom. And we feel like GIFCT is one of the pathways to doing that.
Great. So for people watching online, there's a link in the YouTube on YouTube for you to submit questions. Please feel free to do that at any point, and we'll draw from the bank later. Before we move on and get Nick to respond to some of these comments, Evie and Josh, I think one of the reasons why you've been chosen to be on this panel is that we hear a lot from the usual suspects about CVE Online and how this manifests and what GIFCT does. And I think you're here to provide a different perspective, to say what when people think about this issue, they think about a certain kind of picture of it. And so I'm curious to hear more from you about what looks different. What might our audience today not know or not think of that you see on your platforms as a particular challenge? And how does that affect the way that you engage with GIFCT? Does it create, a unique opportunity or unique challenges in that respect?
You want me to go first? You want to go?
We could do either one.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So yeah, I think one of the more novel ways that extremists engage on Discord has to do with kind of the nature of the platform. And actually what I was thinking about when you were talking about Zoom is how each platform kind of has a unique form of abuse that is specific to the way that that platform is set up and organized, and it can be uniquely exploited by these kinds of actors. So on Discord, there are a bunch of servers, and oftentimes these kinds of groups will attempt to create lots of different networks of these spaces. And that can create unique challenges, especially when actors are very sophisticated in hiding, different kinds of signal we might use to ascertain their identity or whatever. So I think GIFCT's been really useful for us when we're thinking through the kind of like ideological patterns that we'd be looking for these groups. So it's been really helpful for kind of thinking through maybe what, like an accelerationist group, like what kind of structure would their community take? Like what form would sort of leaderless resistance, this sort of, I think someone called it like a post-movement or post-organizational extremism, like what form would that take? And on Discord, we see that very uniquely in the distribution of these server spaces. And yeah, GIFCT has been great in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, I think like for us, again, it's sort of the nature of our product, right? Like we're just a bunch of spaces, like a living room that people are having conversations in. However, the internet's a little bit of a spider web, and so like we've had interesting relationships. Like for example, somebody might be on a Discord server and they may plan their next meeting that they want to have on Zoom, or they may try to plan a meeting on Zoom and then live stream it via YouTube, right? And so there are some of that, that type of thing that giving good visibility for us on, so we can sort of understand it better, because at that point, right, it shifts from being a closed meeting to a bit of an open one. So thinking about when we see those behaviors, that sort of changes the dynamic of how we might look at what we've detected. But so there's a little bit of that. But for the most part, I think for us, the way we think about it is, and we've sort of heard hints about this, is to make sure that we do see that nuance and we don't lose sight of the fact that we don't become too blunt in our application of certain anti-harm efforts. Right, because largely again on Zoom, while there may be, I'm sure, and unfortunately, bad incidences that happen on Zoom, like we don't want that to dominate the millions of good conversations and millions of connections that people are making on Zoom every day in a constructive way. So trying to take that balanced approach that's well informed.
So Nick, how do you think about that when you're sort of a Big Ten organization and trying to become a bigger Ten organization? You have all of these different platforms that have different needs, different threats, different ways of thinking about it, maybe different values. That you can see that maybe there might be a trend or a sort of need to get sort of more uniform as you incorporate more people. It becomes harder to attend to those unique characteristics. How do you think about that?
So I guess if I had to boil it down to just a couple of words, I'd say what Evie and Josh in particular described, to me, represents for GIFCT both challenge and opportunity. Challenge because, as Evie described, the community of terrorists or potential violent extremists comes at each of our member companies differently. They may be using you for meetings, as they are in the case of Josh, or to share content, as they are with some of our other members, or to store material on servers. That means what GIFCT offers won't be equally valuable to every member across that kind of diverse landscape. So that's the challenge part, because maybe hashing is of no interest to one company or another company of our membership, but our crisis response work is, or our access to the deep understanding and knowledge of our academic network. And so I felt like in our first year or so of existence, we didn't necessarily have a great story to tell to the more diverse array of companies that we were trying ultimately to recruit and bring into the fold. And so we kind of entered into this year with the idea that we needed to make this much more of a deep and bilateral conversation. There's a lot we can do multilaterally or in a group setting when our membership gets together and talks about broad trends, the landscape, et cetera. But for the conversations to be ultimately meaningful and valuable and impactful to the companies in their daily work, it was going to have to be kind of one-to-one. So that meant sitting down with Evie and colleagues earlier this year and saying, okay, how are you encountering terrorist and violent extremist activity on your platform? And what can we at GIFCT either do now within our existing capabilities or build in the future that will help you get better at that? As we talked about this morning, a lot of this, to me, takes us beyond hash sharing and more in the direction of getting better at detecting behavioral signal in the way that Erin talked about this morning with her panel, and the way we heard from Shiraz and Adam as well, because it's in many cases we're trying to identify users or companies are trying to identify users who may be using their platform for nefarious purposes. So again, I come at this with the view that GIFCT has a bit of a challenge on its hands. How do we make ourselves a value proposition, or participation in GIFCT a value proposition for different sorts of companies, and not where GIFCT started, the biggest companies, largely focused on social media. This is a different and evolving problem set. So I embrace that opportunity. I know I told my colleagues in the green room, I'll tell a Tom Thorley story. Tom is our director of technologies, as you know, and when I talked with him about taking the role, he wanted to know early on, is this just to come on and help manage a hash sharing database? Because I don't think that would have, over the long term, been a satisfying endeavor for someone of Tom's skills, abilities, and interests. And I said, yes, but a whole lot more. I hope over time we are able to do a whole lot more to work with companies to help them develop technical solutions to their extremism and terrorism related problems. And I want you to be a part of that. And that, I think, captures it in a nutshell where I hope we can take GIFCT.
I'll just make a quick comment. So it's interesting because, excuse me, I have the same problem of a lingering cough for weeks. But the other value is, so, we may not be able to use at Zoom, the hash database in the same way, perhaps, that like the other platforms do. But there's so much value in sitting down in a table, virtually or otherwise, and having a conversation to understand how people use tools. Because what I find is in whatever setting that we've met with, and this includes with some of our government stakeholders that are here today, like it just gets the wheels spinning. Because like I said, I think if ultimately our intent is to do the right thing, and again, maybe I'm sounding a little Pollyanna-ish, then sometimes you can, even if we don't all follow the same exact playbook, understanding the tools are out there and how you might use them to make your environment safe is really valuable. And we can only get that when we participate to some extent in organizations like this.
So this is sort of tying in a question that we have from the online audience, but I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the unique ways that these threats manifest on different platforms. This is really both for Josh and Evie, which is, one of the problems that you have is audio content, which is different to text-based or image-based platforms and content. And when we talk about GIFCT, of course, like the main things that we talk about are the hash sharing database. Josh, you just mentioned that you can't use that in the same way as other platforms necessarily. We talk about link sharing and things like that. So I'm curious then, given that audio is such a huge part of it, how much is this actually impacting the way that you, beyond learning, and all of the wonderful reports and things like that, how much is it actually impacting the way that you think about moderating that content and the unique challenges of audio-based content?
You want me to start? Okay, I'll try to be short so you can. So first, and maybe this is not the best and most popular answer, but we don't, because of the way our product works, we don't detect or moderate audio-based content, voice or text for extremist content, right? I mean, because the way our platform works is it's meetings, right? It's private meetings for the most part, meaning that the GIFCT might be having a meeting and of its members, and they talk amongst each other, and then the host and or co-host has the tools to keep their own space safe. That still presents again a challenge for what we sometimes refer to as closed loop meetings, which is like where everybody is plotting destruction within the meeting itself, But in the average Zoom meeting, right, this is not an environment for us to go in and moderate a private conversation. That doesn't mean that we're not thinking about tools that might empower our hosts to make their spaces safer at their choice, but it's not our job to go into your private meeting and moderate your content.
Yeah. So audio is a very unique problem for content moderation. I think a lot of folks in this room would agree that it's a very tricky and thorny problem. I think that at Discord, we're currently attempting to figure out how to moderate it at scale, especially as the platform has grown in popularity. I think my team specifically leverages other kinds of signal to find spaces where the audio-based content that's hosting extremist content might be. And so we kind of use a variety of techniques there to find that kind of abuse specifically.
And for people in the room, if you want to ask questions as well, just head to one of the microphones and I'll keep an eye on that. One of the things that we've been talking about throughout the day, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, is cross-platform activity. That it's not, we shouldn't be thinking about this as stovepipes anymore. We should be thinking about how this manifests across different platforms, how actors leverage the different affordances of different platforms. And so obviously this seems like a unique opportunity for GIFCT to be helpful. And so I'm curious to hear a bit more about that. Nick, maybe you can start by telling us, like, how, as this evolves into much more cross-platform activity, how are you thinking about facilitating those conversations between platforms?
Again, I think that assumption that you just outlined, Evelyn, I think underpins the way we think about the effort to broaden our membership, because we're not going to be effective at creating a safer, healthier online environment if we don't have reach across a much wider swath of those platforms where activity is migrating. And so I think we spend a lot of time thinking, in large part guided by our academic partners, thinking about where should we be trying to find other companies to engage in this space so that we can bring more companies into the fold, more companies into the effort in a way that will build those kinds of partnerships so that cross-platform migration is countered by cross-platform cooperation. And again, right now that's done largely in the crisis response mode. And again, to get to Costa's point earlier, we think about a lot of this in the reactive sense of how do we, when we're right of boom and right of something already bad having happened, we leap into action and find ways to share information with each other and effectuate a better, more effective crisis response. But surely there are ways we can think left of boom as well, in ways that would allow us to have companies share their experiences with Signal, as both Josh and Evie have talked about.
Right, and of course that creates all these new challenges for governance and accountability and transparency, which have been other buzzwords today. You and I, Nick, have this long-running sparring around the benefits of cross-platform collaboration, but also the unique sort of perils it might raise in terms of pushing towards conformity between platforms and thinking about how they deal with these threats, where we might want laboratories of different responses to see what works. So I think it's both a necessity and a risk. But I could talk about that for a long time. Instead, let's go to this gentleman over here.
Thanks, Evelyn. And my question is actually to Nick and some of the others. So just hearing this conversation about added value, when the work around restructuring the GIFCT occurred, there were really three product lines, and they're the same I've just heard described. So the hash database, crisis response, and the academic network. Great that those are now better resourced, that you've got live bodies doing them as a dedicated job. But you've now also, I think, got quite a different mandate and mission. And I've heard a couple of times, just in the marginal conversations, people still using the old phrase "by tech for tech," which I'm not sure is reflective of the modern GIFCT or where those of us involved in it think it needs to be. How do you see that process going from here? So if you've got that base of those three core things, what are the key product lines and the work areas that you think the GIFCT is well placed to really add value in? And to Evelyn's point, to create a playful space, if I could put it that way, for some of the experimentation that might need to occur. Maybe not playful's not right, but let's not be dour about everything we do. The ability to really test and shape some stuff in a safe space.
So, quick answer to that, and I welcome the views of others on this, is GIFCT will never be the place where tens or dozens of engineers gather or are hired to produce product that allows companies to be more effective in doing what they do. What it can be is a catalyst for sharing of knowledge, combining of experience and ideas across company lines, and developing shared solutions that can then be tried in a laboratory setting, as you described, Paul, and then ultimately add value to multiple GIFCT members. That's the kind of technical role I would like to see GIFCT better able to play over time, to build on the success of, as you described it, the early hash sharing, which was quite innovative at the time and not uncontroversial, to Evelyn's point. But surely there is more we can do with each other working in the technical space to share knowledge, best practice, and even ultimately some form of product development that GIFCT can help catalyze, if not drive itself.
Yes.
Is that on? Yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks. I wanted to go back to something Costa had on one of his slides about young people and ask you and Evie, really. Responding to your slide, Costa, but Evie, obviously your service is used by a lot of young people to support gaming communities. And I just ask you an open question for your thoughts on what is the role of young people in countering online radicalization, and how do we work with that cohort? Noting that in the UK, for example, we're seeing signs of younger and younger people being drawn into terrorism, depressingly so sometimes. So really keen to know what you thought in that area.
Great. Are you happy for me to jump? Sorry, I've just been ruminating. And I'm so glad you asked the question about young people, because that's been a really conspicuously absent topic, and it generally is, unless it's quite tokenistic. I teach and mentor a lot of young people, and for me, I guess I can answer that sort of in the context of where GIFCT currently is. I would generally think sort of in that more prevent part, but my role as a civil society representative on the Independent Advisory Committee is not to think about what is our immediate boundary, but how far our reach can actually go. And I think youth kind of fall into the sort of the furthest edge of the work that we can do in the prevent space. And I think a youth perspective is important, partly because they're inheriting the world that we're leaving behind, and they keep everything relevant, and they actually you realize things are not that different. There are some things that don't change, and it's the variables that they live amongst that change, and they're the ones that show us how those things change. Erin mentioned before about the sort of destroying the binary between the online and offline, and I see that every single day when I'm mentoring, getting questions from students, former students, current mentees, talking to me about content they come across, people in their own families that have really problematic views that they don't have a clue on how to sort of deal with. And even from a GIFCT perspective, we talk about sort of cross-platform or even non-membership organizations and how, who fills that gap? Civil society fills that gap, and it's bloody crushing, because it ends up on their doorstep because they're these little sort of digital kind of wastelands where people come across this stuff and they're unregulated. So I'd say the youth perspective is one that is impatiently optimistic, but also losing that optimism. And I'm seeing that in other work I've just done in the youth space with the UN. We've surveyed 2,000 young people in Australia, and one of the things that's coming through quite strongly is this idea that, hey, the future looks really, right now looks really bleak, and so does the future, but it's not our fault. And if you listen to us, we might actually have something to offer you. So there's this really awesome confidence that I'm seeing in this emerging generation that I think would be such a great thing to maximize from GIFCT's perspective. And also, we're heading towards a global recession probably, and I'm going to have a lot of students that are like, oh, I need to build up my experience to do all sorts of interning and volunteering and stuff. And I'm like, man, GIFCT could be such a cool channel for aspiring terrorism researchers or aspiring political scientists or even aspiring sociologists that I come across. So I just see an opportunity that is just, pulsating that we can seize as well. But that's just more from a general perspective.
It's a really good question. I think, from my work on Discord, I have seen a lot of overlap between extremist communities and online gaming spaces. I think that they can certainly play a role in the radicalization of youth. But I think your question was also kind of getting maybe to a deeper question, and I really liked what you said about this kind of crisis in the faith of the future. I think when we're thinking about extremist trends, specifically this rise of blackpilling and this sort of doomerism and this kind of ideological nihilism that has crept in to youth spaces in a way that I would never have anticipated 5 years ago. And I think it speaks to the crisis of our times, the crisis of pandemic, global recession. There's any number of things that you could point to, and thinking about ways that we can offer maybe interventions and offer a more affirmative way of a faith in the future that they could find value in. I don't know what that would look like, and I think it's maybe outside of the context of GIFCT to figure out what that is. But I think when we're thinking about how to address the root causes of extremism, we need to.
Can I just make one concluding comment on that point, just around young people? If I've learned one sort of thing, is I think this idea of fluidity is something that, like, Gen Z or whatever we call them, have embraced much more. So it's kind of, once you understand how fluidly they see themselves, how they see other people, their relationships, their attachments, you then get a bit more of an insight into maybe what sort of social realities they're reacting to, and that bleakness. It's easier not to be attached. It's easier not to care about things. It's easier to change what you care about. Once you understand that about, and I can't speak on every young person, but just the ones that come across my desk, it's a really salient theme. And I think the quicker we can be savvy to that, we might get closer to getting some meaningful engagement that'll help all of us.
Okay, so far from wrapping this day up with a nice bow, we've raised a whole bunch of other really depressing issues that serves as a good research agenda for the future. The main job of the moderator of the panel of the last day is to not let it drag out too late. So with that, thank you very much to all of our panelists and all of the organizers today and everyone that's spoken today. I think it's been a fantastic day. I know I've learned a lot, and see you next year.
So if you look on your program, it says concluding remarks. Well, I promise there won't be concluding remarks. Simply to say this, to pick up where Evelyn left off, to me, the best part of the day has been not just the sessions in here, the conversations in here, but just watching people walk around the Google YouTube campus here and have conversations that have been not possible or have been impossible the last couple of years. I've seen relationships being forged. I've seen connections being made anew after a couple of years apart. And to me, that signals a lot about what we've got that is positive about in this GIFCT community. So let's build on that. There are certain conversations that are going to continue tomorrow with our independent advisory committee and with our board. And so we're very grateful to have the opportunity to continue these conversations into the next day or so. So this isn't really a concluding remark as much as it is just a plea to stay engaged. Please keep working with us. Please keep bringing us your ideas, your feedback, your critique, your criticisms, your ideas for what we should be doing better and more of. And with that, I will say that's all, but I will take a little bit of a risk and offer some very specific thank yous. You always take a risk when you single out a couple of people for thank you, because you're invariably leaving deserving colleagues off that list. But I'm pretty confident in what I'm going to say right now. Sarah Pollack, Sarah Kenny, Ben Mitchell are the three individuals most directly responsible for making this experience happen over the last couple of weeks. The two Sarahs, if you've heard, are part of my GIFCT team. Ben is part of the YouTube team, and they've worked seamlessly with each other to deal with all manner of logistical challenges and to make this both substantively enriching, but also about as smooth and seamless logistically as we could imagine. So thank you, Ben, Sarah, and Sarah for that. With that, let's please adjourn for a drink and continue the conversation. Thank you.
you.